show. Come meet Sty. He's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty. He's quite the guy.
I was muted. Happy Sunday, everybody. Hey, it's hard to believe, ain't it? 5 days. 5 days to Christmas Day. Whoa. Yep. And for those that celebrate Christmas Eve, you only got 4. Oh boy. It tis the season. So, and tonight's story, in fact, is Christmas related. So we'll get to that later. I got to shout out all the folks out there in the chat before we bring everybody up from the basement. I've got Metal Music Maniac jump in there right away. And it's great. Always great to see him. Always great. And then there's Kimberly Ferris. Oh, it's so good to see you, Kimberly. And we got Phil. We got everything spicy. He's hanging out down in the basement. And we'll be bringing him up sooner or later. And we got Travis. There's Groovy Lava Squirrel Medic. I tell you what, Travis, your live stream was awesome. I got to listen to the whole thing. I did take time, though, when I heard Samantha was singing a song. I just about broke my neck coming out of the kitchen, but I got here quick enough. I got to watch her perform the whole song. So that was cool. I loved the stream. It was awesome. Hey, Brandon, there's B Wizzle. Hey, great to see you. It was awesome seeing you over on Travis's stream. There we go. I got to point that out. Putting the face to the name is always better. It is so great to see you there, Brandon. Let's see. Oh, there's Crazy Ann. Hi, Crazy Ann. Well, we all love Crazy Ann. Oh, and there's Cindy. The hunt for heat. Okay, who else we got? Oh, speaking of Samantha, there she is. And she's down in the basement with a big smile on her face. I'm just trying to embarrass her. That's you know how that goes. Who else have we got in here? Oh boy. Oh, hi Gemma. There's Gemma. Journey Grace. Great to see you, Gemma. And oh yeah, we got Saucy Shane in the house. Hey, brother. Great to see you. Shane M is in the house somewhere in here. Oh, there he is. Shane M, showing him as a new member. And that was just one of those deals where his membership changed and then he renewed it. So awesome to have you still here with us, Shane M, and especially as a member. I did an update on my video. Shane M, if you're not still on there, you will be on there after tonight, I'll get you right back on there because I save all my members, and if their membership drops and I pull them off, I still got them saved. It's just a pretty quick plug-in. But that is awesome, Shane. Thank you so much. We got Chasing the Reaper in the house. Great to see you, James. And we got Get Her Done Granny. I haven't talked to her for days, and she's in the basement. Yay! I was hoping so for tonight. Yeah, she's here. And who else we got here? Oh, hey, there's Eric Pollock. Great to see you, Eric. Always great to see you. Who else we got? Oh, geez, look at this guy. Uncle's here. He's down in the basement. Uncle, Oji-san. Yeah, he goes. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay. Oh, and there's Carpy Chris. There. Hey, great to see you, Chris. Yeah, we got a good group already moving into the house here. I'm going to bring up folks from down in the basement, and I'm going to do this in a kind of a special order here. I'm going to start off. See, I'm not like Phil, first in, first up. You know, I don't know. You know, he can do things his way. I'll do mine. There we go. Get her done, Granny.
Hey,
What? She did not expect to be the first one pulled up.
I wasn't ready for that.
She was not ready. Hey, great to see you, ZX24Me.
If y'all haven't seen Sty's Christmas story for 2020, y'all need to check that out. That was really cool.
Actually, that was just a kind of a modified a little bit, edited Sty Night Before Christmas from last year. I just put it up for this year. I've got a lot of new followers, may not have seen last year's Night Before Christmas story, so I just redid it.
Well, it makes you smile, so y'all got to be sure and check it out.
Thank you, Granny. And then this person, one of my anchors for sure. I mean, I just adore her. She's so talented. There she is. There's Samantha.
Hello.
That's everybody loves an artist in the family, right? Yeah. So how are you today, Samantha?
Good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I noticed over there at Travis's stream, you dropped a really good one-liner over there.
Which one?
Well, it had an F-bomb in it.
Oh yeah, probably.
And I was in the kitchen and I heard you say that, and I dropped a pan in my sink. Water flew all over. I go, oh my God, I missed that. Dang it. I would have loved to have seen the look on people's faces. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
And then we're going to pull this guy up. Everybody knows him. Yeah, he was kind of ready. He was kind of ready. He knew it was inevitable. He was going to be coming up.
Inevitable.
Yeah, inevitable. There he is.
I'm the anchor. I'm the one at the bottom of the sea.
Hey, be careful. We'll throw you out of the boat like an anchor if you're not careful around here.
Boat, you're right off the island, right?
Yep. Somebody throw the anchor out. But there ain't no rope tied to it. Throw it out anyway. And then talking about artists in the family. Check this guy out. Check this out.
Hey,
There he is.
Hey,
There's our Uncle Jimmy.
It's a rare Sunday appearance for me. Couldn't miss this.
Yeah, it's awesome that you're here. Everybody out there, anybody that doesn't know Jimmy, get over and check out Oji-san because he's an awesome artist. Awesome. You want to have some fun and just kick back. It's like the old days of Bob Ross with a new twist. I mean,
They're not all gems, but they're there. We do them together. It's our art stream.
Yep. It's a blast. It's relaxing. It's relaxing to just sit there, listen to the music, watch him perform his art. It's just
Love you too, Gemma. You keep up the good work, ma'am.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, Gemma's the star too. Now this guy, he's gonna be wondering why the hell I was the very first one up here and I'm the very last one up. But I tell you, this guy's been in my life for 44 years, you know. It's not like I gotta have him up right away, you know. I mean, there he is. There's
Hey, Bean, how you doing, Bean?
Oh, hey, Bean.
oh Bean. Hi, Bean.
Bean's not
Oh,
44
man.
years old. What are you talking about?
No. Oh gosh, yeah.
You really
Hey,
love
Bean,
that
why did you
dog,
bring him
Sty.
with you?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's,
well, water.
it's you know, hey Bean, you need a better green screen.
That's right.
Oh, man. That is
Your
a heck of a
background
dog,
needs some
man.
work, Bean.
Yeah, he got all anxious because a Swift truck backed up next to us, and he come plop on my lap.
Oh.
Looks like
Yeah,
he's
that's
ready to
good
whoop
truck
some
driving.
others.
Yeah, he's staring at that guy next to us, just glaring at him.
He knows they can't drive for shit.
Oh, man.
Give him hell, Bean.
That
Look at that
part.
look on his face, too. He's all serious and shit.
He is. He'll sit there just serious as
You
hell.
know,
But
Right,
I'll
yeah.
tell you what, let his little ass out of the truck. Get ready, man. Get ready.
Bean. What's up,
That-
Bean?
It's like somebody shoved a beehive up his butt, man. He's just boom, 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 all over the place. That dog, he cannot calm himself down once he's set free. He's in the truck. He's calm as can be.
It's like me
Put
in
him
a big
on.
liquor store.
Yeah, yeah. It's like when you son in the liquor store.
Okay.
The
Yep, release the Kraken.
yeah.
you're getting a reputation there, Jimmy.
Oh, that's all right. I've earned it.
That's it. That you know. Hey, Dr. Smith, great to see ya. Like I was saying, the story tonight is a story based around Christmas. So I figured I looked at my story list and I go, oh, that one, the title of it, Use the Stairs Next Time. I passed it up and I go, whoa, back up. That's a Christmas story. So I pulled that one out of the list for tonight, being that we're so close to Christmas. And I want everybody to know and remember, this is short, but you know, I just got to have people aware of what's going to happen 5 days from now. So hope to see some of you folks on Christmas Day. Just try to squeeze in enough time to jump in and say Merry Christmas, all your great YouTube family out here, okay?
Oh,
So
I'll be
yeah, we'll have a little Christmas cheer. Hey, I'll tell you what. You know, I didn't buy it. They gave it to me. They gave me this box with 15 little bottles of Fireball in it, right?
Ooh.
And I've never had Fireball. I didn't know what to expect, you know. So what I'm going to do is this tiny little bottle, I'm just going to sip on it throughout the night here. So I can know what's going in my eggnog on Christmas Day.
It's got a little bit of a cinnamon taste.
I'm gonna
It's really good in hot cider.
I'm really gonna starve myself Christmas Eve, which is a bummer because I usually like to do just the opposite on Christmas Eve, is stuff myself. But I'm gonna starve myself so I can drink a lot of eggnog Christmas Day, because I'll have 14 bottles of this to try to get rid of. So,
There you go.
so
My wife found a cheesecake recipe with fire that you can put Fireball in. And you put Fireball in the cherries. You inject the cherries on top of the cheesecake with Fireball.
I bet you that'd be good. See now, and that's the thing is, I bought 2 quarts of eggnog, and it's Fireball eggnog.
Sounds good too.
And it says right on the carton that there's no alcohol in it whatsoever. You have to add your own. Well, with these little bottles, I mean, that's each cup of eggnog right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't beat that. I mean,
You get through the other 14 bottles, it'll be a good Christmas stream.
later in the stream, it should. The stream will get more interesting as it progresses. I'm sure. But yeah, I've never tasted this before. Oh, Christmas is going to be fun. This stuff tastes just like those little red cinnamon candies, man.
I gotta go get me some of that.
Sty's like, I'm gonna sip on this. Glug glug glug.
Oh. Okay, I'm putting the cap on it, you know, because I want a little after the Sty story too, you know. I gotta try to discipline myself. I'm saving that for Christmas, you know. You know,
You get yourself the Jim Beam Fire for Christmas, or the not Jim Beam, Jack Daniel's Fire for Christmas.
Yeah.
oh, the Jack. Yeah,
It's high end. It's Christmas, right?
Even like Goldschlager, it's the same kind of thing, man. It's good.
Oh, yeah, Goldschlager.
Yeah. The one was it Rebel Stoke makes a pretty good one also.
See, we got all sorts of them. Ooh.
Back off, guys. I got 14 bottles of Fireball, and that's all we're doing on Christmas.
You got 14 minutes. Let's go.
You know, the thing is, if that box would have came as 16 bottles, then what I would have done is have 2 eggnogs an hour for the 8-hour stream and see how the heck the end is, you know.
You need to strap that GoPro to your forehead when you're doing that. You might get another video.
It'll be live. It'll be live.
Well, I'm just saying, if
you guys will see it all.
Yeah, but we want to see a bird's eye view from your forehead when you.
Yeah, another one of those tumbles.
Yep.
That's the bottom of my desk where my computer's at.
I was telling Running Water. Yeah, we got 10 minutes before the Sty. I was telling Running Water, I need. Jeez, bite him! Don't bark! Bite him!
It's all right. He's out.
But I was telling Running Water what I really want, and you can't do a damn thing because of this COVID. I mean, they really messed my life up. Okay, I'm solitary. I stay away from a lot of people. You know, I got to really know people before I want to be with them, right? So I stay away. The COVID thing hasn't affected me really, but now it is. I got this 7.5 foot long frickin' couch in my living room. The thing's frickin' huge. You should have seen the hell me and my youngest boy went through to get that thing in here. Try to put that thing in an elevator. Holy shit. We thought we were going to have to take the staircase up, you know, to the 4th floor. Well, I want to get rid of it. I found this really nice little futon kind of couch. It's nice and cushy. I got yelled at Walmart because I was looking at that thing and they got it up on this rack. You know, it's all set up, sitting on that rack. Well, why the hell don't they have that furniture down on the floor so you can sit on it, you know, check it out? No, they got it way up on top of this big rack. And I'm looking around and there's one of those rolling sets of stairs that the stockers used to put shit way on top and stuff. I looked around, I didn't see any Walmart employees, so I went over, grabbed it, wheeled it over there. Now, I should have had my GoPro for that because I wheeled it over there, locked the brakes, walked up them steps and walked right onto that platform, walked over, sat on that couch, laid on it, checking it out. And then I looked around and I got about 15 people gathered around watching me checking out this stupid couch, you know. And then all of a sudden there's a Walmart employee and backup coming down the aisles. And he's going, "You have to get off of there. You have to get off there." I said, "Why? I can't sit on the couch?" He goes, "No, the platform. You have to get down off that platform. The couch, if it was down here, we wouldn't say a word, but up there, no, you got to get down." Oh, Jesus. But I want that couch. I want that couch. The thing's perfect. It's only about, well, with the arms folded up on it, it's only about 5.5 feet. So I'm going to gain enough space here that I can move my studio, stretch my studio out. It's going to be so sweet.
Man,
I just got to find 2 young guys that I'll tell them, "Hey, I'll give you $40 because I know they're going to charge them $10 at the dump to take that. So I'll tell them, I'll give you $40. You take that couch out of here and haul it over just 10 blocks from here, drop it off at the dump." I ain't touching it. I ain't touching it.
just offer up a free couch like on Facebook Marketplace. It'll go.
The problem is we're not allowed to let anybody into our building.
Oh,
Hey, good to see you, AOK foraging. Hope you're doing well, Beck. Tiger Muskie, great to see you. But yeah, they won't let us have anybody come in the building. And I told them, I told them this morning, one of the maintenance guys was here. And I said, I got to get that couch out of here. And he says, "Well, you can't have nobody come in here." And I said, "So COVID is then telling me what kind of furniture I can have now."
Mm-hmm.
And he thought about that and he goes, "Yeah, actually, yeah. It's because of COVID. You're stuck with your couch until they lift the restriction."
you just push that thing right out the window is what I do.
That's it. Is I measured the window, ain't big enough. Damn.
Well, no,
We talked about chainsaws. We talked about sawzalls. We talked about all kinds of things, and nothing is going my way. Nothing is going my way. So, damn it, I gotta wait until they lift the restrictions. Then I'm giving myself a Christmas present. Then getting rid of this big son of a bitch and getting a small, nice little.
Dang! If I was up there visiting my in-laws, I'd come over there and help you with that style. I'd just bust the thing all the pieces and throw it right out the window.
That's it. If I had some of you boys from down south up here to give me a hand, I know it'd get done. I'd help a couple of your boys guard the doors, and then you guys could grab it and haul that bitch out, and everybody get out of the way. Yeah,
better to ask for forgiveness and permission, Sty.
That's it. You know, and it's very true. Is when they catch you, all you got to say is, "Oh, I wasn't supposed to do that. I won't do it again." Well, you're damn right I won't do it again. I'll never have a 7.5, 8 foot couch again. So yeah, I'd be honest about it. No, I won't.
I'm just a simple hillbilly. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't know that was illegal.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! You realize that statement? You realize that statement, though? I'm a simple hillbilly. Holy shit! That's the bottom of the bucket hillbilly.
Oh man!
I mean,
well, see, people in Wisconsin and Minnesota, they're like, "Oh man, he's just a hillbilly. He don't know. Listen to him.
He ain't just any old hillbilly. He's a simple one.
That's
you better
right.
look out. You better
I've
look
been
out.
up there plenty of times. As soon as they hear me talk, they just disregard anything I say anyway. So
yeah, it's going to be 2 weeks after he pushes you down the stairs that he thinks about whether he should have done that or not.
oh man,
He'll be thinking back, going,
yeah.
I could have handled that different, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's done. Yeah. Why revisit something? You know, I got to worry about today and tomorrow. I'm not going to revisit what I did yesterday. Yeah.
Oh man,
nothing wrong with that. Well, I was thinking too is I could take my cigarette lighter and get that smoke detector to go off. That's why I measured the window.
Mm-hmm.
I figured I could set that smoke detector off and then start the couch, start a small fire on it, and shove it out the window.
You got a little bit more hillbilly in you than you think.
And then I could tell everybody, aren't you proud of me? I forfeited my couch, pitched the fucker out the window just to save your lives. I mean,
I'm telling you. If they told me I couldn't move that couch, I'd stomp it a million pieces and throw it right out the window.
See, I don't want to do that because there's a rear exit of the building. And then people walk right under the window here, and some of them people I actually like. You know,
well, you just yell down.
Get the hell out of the way! Here
Fire
comes
in the hole.
Fire in the hole. Well, see, I thought about taking the Sawzall to it because that's quieter than a chainsaw. Plus, it doesn't have the fumes. The fumes would set the smoke detector off. But then I was looking at the couch. If I take a Sawzall to that, I know I'm going to have to buy a new vacuum cleaner by the time I'm done cleaning it up because there's going to be so damn much stuff on all over this place.
Well, just rip it down to the frame and see if it's screwed together or stapled together. Then
well, they got big signs.
Crowbar.
They got big signs on our dumpster too that says no furniture. Period.
Well, if you took it into a bunch of pieces, though, it's not furniture anymore.
It's just junk, right? That's garbage. That shit's garbage. Well, if I cut it up small enough, I could stick it in 30-gallon garbage bags and take it out as garbage, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you people be giving me no ideas. Hey, J.O.W., good to see ya.
That's why I live out in the middle of the country. I don't have to worry about none of that.
I loved it out in the country. I loved it out on the farm. Man, if we had a piece, especially recliners, I wear one out about every year, you know, at chairs, big overstuffed chairs and the like, a couch. Yeah. Oh, they're so fun on the bonfire, man.
Oh, yeah. I've got about a 20-foot burn pit out here, and whatever I don't want goes in there. I don't care what it is.
Yep. That's it. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's real fun.
You never care about
cans and stuff. It just stuff's exploding all over the place. And
you never care. You never care about your fire pit until all of a sudden you're going, oh, fire got out of the pit. It's heading for the neighbor's house. That's the only time you get concerned. I mean, then it's like, grab the garden hose. But Dad, it's 10 feet too short.
Well, one time I put out like a 2-acre fire with a wet Barney blanket. That same situation. I was out there just
been there. Thought I had it all under control, and then I'm going, whoa, that ain't good. That ain't good.
Yeah, it looked like Independence Day. It was just spreading.
Yeah, Okay, guys, it's time for the Sty story. I'm going to get this out of the way, and then we'll chat some more. We'll throw you all over there. There's my friends off to the side there. The the Sty story tonight. Oh, yeah. Use the stairs next time. Well, I was fortunate I didn't end up having to use the stairs the next time because there wasn't one. So here's how the story goes. It starts out, it's coming on to Christmas time. And this friend of mine, his father had a Christmas tree lot. And he specialized in flocked trees. I hope most of you know what a flocked tree is. They spray flocking on the tree. Yeah, they flock that tree all up, you know. And they do them in all different colors. You know, they'll do like a base coat of white, and then they'll do pink or blue or green. And they make them trees just look prettier than heck. And they almost look like they're artificial trees, but these are real trees that they flock. Well, this guy, his flocking business, he guaranteed a minimum of 2 seasons out of each tree. So if you bought a tree from him that was fully flocked, at the end of the season, he gave you the bag it goes in. You put this bag over it, and it ties around the base, and you take it out in your garage or down in your basement, and you hang it upside down. And next Christmas, you pull a sucker out of the bag and put it up, and it looks just like it did last year. And I thought it was BS, but then I saw some of those trees over the years that he had done, and he wasn't kidding. Well, back in the 1970s, he's selling these trees for $150, $200 a piece. I thought, yeah, that's a racket. Boy, oh boy. And he made a ton of money during Christmas season. Well, my buddy calls me up and says, my dad wants to talk to you. And I said, oh, geez, because I hated his dad with a passion. He was a mean bastard, that guy. And I said, oh, okay, I'll come over. I come over, and here's Bruce Tower Sr. out there. And he's got this real serious look on his face. And I thought, what the hell did I do now? That guy, he's known. He'll beat the hell out of you. He don't care if you're a kid or not. He don't care whose kid you are or not. If he thought you had a beating coming, he'd give it to you. I thought, oh my God, what did I do? And he goes, do you know of any elderly person that has nobody for Christmas that's going to come to their house, or they're going to go to their house? They're going to be alone for Christmas. And I said, well, I know a couple of people. And I said, there's this one old gal in our neighborhood that last Christmas, I mean, she even told me that she only got one Christmas card for the whole, out of everybody she knew. So he says, here's what I want you to do. And now this is like the day before December 24th. He says, what I want you to do, I got a couple of extra trees here that I know aren't going to be sold by tomorrow. So he says, I want you to pick one of those couple extra trees I got, pick one of those. I'll give you the bag that you store it in, and I want you to take it over to that old gal's house and set it up for her and just tell her Merry Christmas from my business, right? I thought, oh, geez. And he's the kind of guy you just can't say no to, because he'll get even someday, right? So I said, yeah, I'll do it. So I stuffed that tree in the trunk of my 65 Chevy Bel Air, and I'm heading down the street with this big old flock tree on the back of my car. And I get to this lady's house, knocked on the door, and I said, do you see that tree out in the trunk of my car? And she looks out there and she goes, oh, that's a beautiful tree. She goes, but what's that got to do with me? And I said, it's yours. And I told her, Bruce Tower with Tower Flock Trees said that he's donating it to you, and I'm supposed to bring it here and set it up for you. And she goes, I don't have a tree stand. I said, no, it's got a stand with it. Don't worry about it. And she says, well, okay. She says, I need to make room in my living room. I said, oh, geez. So she says, come with me, go in her house. Oh, yeah, her living room's full of crap. I mean, she's got all these cabinets and shit all over. And she goes, I'd love it in that corner, but I got to move those 2 cabinets. Well, what are they? Like in my background. They're book cabinets full of books. So I spend at least 45 minutes getting all the books off them cabinets, putting them where she wants the cabinets, reloading all the books out. Now I get to bring the tree. I bring that tree in her house. I set it up in the corner, and she goes, oh, that is such a beautiful tree. Well, the one I picked for her was white with a real light blue tint on all the ends of the branches. It was a pretty tree. You don't even have to. She goes, now all I have to do is decorate that. And I go, oh, look at that tree. You don't need to decorate. That's the last thing I wanted was her saying, and can you help me? Right? I said, oh, it's so pretty the way it is. Leave it, leave it. No, I want to decorate. I have some wonderful decorations I've had all my life. And on. And I go, okay, where are your decorations? She goes, they're up in the attic. And she says, could you go up there? The boxes are marked. You can find them. They're easy. So I go up in this attic, right? She shows me there's this little staircase that goes up, and you go into the attic. Well, it's an unfinished attic. Back in those days, they didn't insulate nothing in the attic. The floors doesn't have insulation, the ceiling, nothing. And so I'm up there, and it's dark as sin, and I'm looking around, and I got to walk on all of the rafters because it's nothing but rafters, and in between them, it's the drywall of the ceiling downstairs. So you got to stay on those rafters, on those wood rafters. So I'm shimmying down those rafters, find these boxes, shimmy back. So I haul 4 boxes down for her. And oh yeah, got to help her decorate her damn tree. Her tree gets all decorated. I plug it in, it lights right up, and I go, that tree beats ass on what I got at home. I mean, I ain't got no tree like that. This old lady, she ain't got nothing for Christmas, but she's got the best tree in town. Okay. I did my duty. She was so happy. She gives me a plate that's covered in aluminum foil, and she says, there's sweetbreads and cookies, all kinds of goodies in there for you for Christmas. Okay, fine, cool. I figured I got to bring the plate back to her sometime after New Year's, you know. So I get the hell out of there. I don't hear nothing else. And then all of a sudden, there's a knock on our door. And I go out to the door. My mom's yelling at me, who's that? Who's that? And I look out and I go, it's the lady down the street that I gave that Christmas tree to. And I go, what can I do for you? Are you here to talk to my mom? And she goes, no, I want to talk to you. She says, Christmas is over. Now, this is like the week after New Year's. And she says, Christmas is over. I can't take those boxes of decorations up in the attic. And I'm supposed to put that tree in the bag and hang it out in the garage until next year. I can't do that. I was just wondering if you could do that for me. And she says, and I'll give you, I'll pay you. She says, I'll give you $10 if you just do all of that for me. So, geez. You know, $10 is a lot of money at that time. And I thought, you just can't pass up a good job, right? I said, fine, I'll be down there this afternoon. We'll do that. I get down there, take all of her decorations off her damn tree, box it all up, and I go start hauling that up to the attic, thinking all I got to do is hang that tree out in the garage once these boxes are put away. I get the first 3 boxes, and of course she wants them all the way to the end of her attic. For some reason, that's where they had to be. So I'm shimmying down those rafters, stacking her boxes down there. I got 1 box left. I get there, pick that box up, and I'm so thrilled with myself, man. This last box, it'll take me 15 minutes, hang that tree in the garage, and I got $10 and I'm the heck out of here. I get to the end of the attic, set that box down, turn around, and what happens? Oh, yeah. Good old Sty. I had told you, falling down ain't nothing new for me. Good old Sty's foot slips off that rafter, and I'm trying to get my balance back. The other foot goes off, and I land on my ass right between the two rafters. The next thing I know, I'm sitting in front of her frickin' Christmas tree downstairs. I went right through her living room ceiling and landed on the living room floor in front of her dang tree. And you know what that little old lady, I thought she'd be screaming and having a fit and everything else. She goes, Sty, next time use the stairs. I looked at her and I thought, I just trashed your ceiling. Look at this mess in the living room. I just effed up your whole living room. And you're saying next time use the stairs? I thought, I like this lady. She's let me off the hook. I got up, dusted myself off, rubbed my sore butt from landing on the living room floor. And she goes, now you can help me clean all of this up, and I hope you'll come back and fix the hole in the ceiling. And she said, and for that, you won't get paid. Then I realized, she ain't nice. She ain't nice. No. She's going to have it put back the way she wants it at my expense. So that $10 went into buying drywall, the mud, the tape and mud, and the paint to repaint her whole dang living room ceiling, plus all of my labor to make things right again. When I got done fixing her dang living room, it took me about 3 weeks back and forth running over there and doing a little bit each day kind of thing. I finally got it all done. She says, Sty, I've been saving this for you. Because I told her, check it out, inspect. Are you good? I'm out of here. She goes, Sty, I've been saving this for you. Okay, Samantha. And I thought, oh, she's got something for me. She's feeling sorry for me finally. And she goes, I didn't say it when you came and took the tree down, but she says, I'll say it now. Merry Christmas, and you have a nice New Year. I walked out of that house saying things about that old lady that I will not repeat. I tell you what, that her and her damn Christmas tree. And I went right to the guy that told me to take that tree to her, and I told him, I said, next time you got a tree you got to get rid of, you know where you can stick that tree, because it ain't coming with me to anybody's house. I don't give a shit who it is. They ain't getting that tree. He can keep it. He can stick that thing right up. Just send that tree home. Bend over. Your tree's coming home. But there you go. So next time, Sty, use the stairs. There you go. There's Sty's Christmas story for this year. Hope you enjoyed.
Put a crack in your ass moving that Christmas tree.
Yeah. Well, I cracked my ass, that's for sure. But I was surprised I didn't get hurt through the ordeal. It was more just, it was fear, a little bit of fear, and a ton of embarrassment. Hi, me, Dibble. Arcade. Great to see you. Bradley Whitworth. Yeah,
She's just lucky you're not the type of guy that would have started rolling around holding his back saying, oh my God,
well, see,
I broke my
that's
back.
the thing is, it was the wrong era. Yeah. It was the wrong era, because if I would have played out the I'm going to sue you card back then, she'd say, yeah, I'll give you a reason to sue me, and I probably would have got hit across the head with a shovel or something. Yeah, I'll give you a reason to sue me.
You would have never made it out of that house.
That's right. That's right. No, it's going to have to be your family that sues me because you ain't going to be around to get anything.
Oh man.
There's only one thing Christmas trees are good for, firewood. How many of you people would argue with your siblings who gets to burn the Christmas tree?
Oh, that was
Oh
fun.
my God. We used to just love that. We had 2 burn barrels and we'd stuff we made sure they were empty for Christmas, you know.
Mhm.
Get those burn barrels all dumped out. And we'd stuff the first one full of all the gift wrapping, you know. Then the second one, you stuff it as full as whatever's left in gift wrapping, and you stick the Christmas tree in the second barrel. And you'd fight over who gets to burn the Christmas tree. We love that. And all through our town is a big residential area. I kid you not. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, you could go outside and all you saw were Christmas trees burning in people's yards. I mean, everybody burned. And then the rest of the winter, you saw all these pine skeletons stuck in the snow all over the neighborhood. And in the spring, everybody hauls them out. And they
down here we use cedar trees. When we use a real tree, we'll go get a cedar tree, and that thing goes off like a nuclear bomb when you.
Oh yeah, cedar burns good. Yeah, yeah. Live trees, man. I got 1,000 stories about live trees over the years. Oh, when I was growing up, oh my God, back in the '60s, and great big Christmas bulbs.
Hi, Teresa. Hey, Donald.
If you grabbed onto one of those, hey, Teresa, Donald Morris, if you grabbed onto one of those bulbs, you'd end up with 3rd-degree burns on your hand. And our tree would be just covered with 4 or 5 strings of those super hot buggers. And we had those bubbling candles. I burned myself on there. And actually, I mean, I had a scar from the burn. It was that bad. So how the hell did you send me a friend request, Phil? Haven't you ever been a friend of mine?
You know, ever since I reset my computer, ever since I reset my computer,
I've known you for 2 freaking years. It took you that long to decide you want to be my friend.
It's a real friend request now.
Yeah, yeah.
It must be. After all of our experiences, and he still wants to be a friend. Yeah. Things are looking up. Cheers.
Maybe this is a different.
Hey, I did that same update, Phil, and I mean, I tell you what, it took me all week to get all my shit back together.
You know what? I think that's a different. I've got 2 Facebook accounts. That's my old Facebook account. Sure as shit.
A Windows update?
So I was just doing all that. Damn.
Which update is it? Is it a Windows or?
It was my computer. I think it was a computer. I think it was a Dell computer update.
Oh,
do it for weeks, and I think I finally decided to do it the night before last. And when I came back down here, I couldn't even get on the damn computer. It kept wanting to do all this crap, and it's just like, yeah.
Bradley,
it was a nightmare.
That I did that with my old computer. It's an Acer. And Acer's always telling you, oh, we got an update, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wait a minute. I bought you for the hardware, not for any software. You know, come on. Why do you have to update anything? I only want to use your hardware, nothing else. I made the fatal error on Acer, and I said, oh, yeah, go ahead and update. Well, first of all, it took almost 6 hours for it to do its update. And then it was like all my settings were gone. And it's like I started right from scratch. And what a pain in the neck.
Yeah, I always disable those kind of updates. I only do Windows updates.
Yeah. That's me too now. If it's not my operating system or a specific program that I use, like Filmora, they come up with an update about every 2 months. And
all right, you can ignore that friend request. Anybody that just recently got a friend request from me, like in the last 5 minutes.
Oh man!
Not that you didn't ignore the first friend request I sent you in the last few months, but
I was going to say, I've already got you in my damn friend list, and so why are you asking to be a friend twice? You know, you ain't getting no special treatment.
No.
You know.
Who's this
I want you
Philip
to find
brother?
out both of my
What the heck?
profiles.
Hey guys, if you think of it, share this out, give it a thumbs up, would you? Truly appreciate it. Hey, I got to do this, guys. I hate to cut anybody off, but we got time to chat. But I gotta show off members, and everybody keep in mind Shane W should be on here. I don't believe he is, but he should be. So check this out, guys. Oh boy. Yeah, love my members. Love my members. Hey, I got good news. It sounds like they're going to pass a COVID relief package. And here's the you know, but they're saying they're going to give $600 to each person that got it last time, got the $1,200. They're going to give $600 to everybody. Well, oh yeah, too little, too late kind of thing. But the fact of the matter is everybody, you know, I hope everybody realizes that whenever they give us money like that, guess what? They're going to make us pay it back. It comes out of your taxes. You know, what they're doing is they're giving you an interest-free loan. That's all. And I want to thank all of you. I want to thank everybody out there that is working for a living. I'm retired. I ain't kicking a lot in for taxes anymore. I do a little, but not much. So guess what, you guys? You just gave me $600, and that's going to pay for my Starlink equipment and the first month service. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking that loan out and sending that money to me to get my Starlink this summer. I love it. You guys are great. Okay, we better get off of that subject, shouldn't we? Merry Christmas. Oh.
Well, think of the last stimulus package we got. Who did that money go to?
Yeah.
It went to Walmart because you couldn't find a freaking TV in Walmart. You couldn't find TV. You couldn't find headsets for gaming. You couldn't find any electronics because it wasn't people that needed food or needed to pay their bills. People just used that as extra money and went out and bought shit.
Yep.
Now, Running on Water and I talked for, what was it, 9 hours yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
9 hours.
Yeah.
That's why I brought him up last. I mean, I talked to that sucker for 9 hours yesterday. Why should I talk to him now? But him and I, we got on the subject, and he brought up the point of that, you know, that whole issue. And I started looking at some of that. I haven't looked at it for quite a while. Started looking at more of it today, and it's true. There's a huge percentage of people saying out there saying, I need that stimulus. I need that money. I need $1,200 or more. I want the $2,000 because I'm 4 months in the arrears on my rent or my mortgage. What did you do with that last $1,200? Did you pay your rent? And you've been paying your rent all the way up until COVID? And then you quit paying it? And I couldn't believe how many people said, well, I fell short and I couldn't pay my whole rent. So I've fallen 3 months behind or 4 months behind. No. Pay what you what you can. if you fall short, that means there's enough to pay something. So pay what you can so you're not so in debt at the end.
That's if they plan on catching up.
Well,
if you're going to get evicted anyways, then don't pay anything.
Well, see, but they wouldn't be getting evicted if they had paid. And I tell you what, as a landlord for 27 years, I was involved with rental properties. And as a landlord, if I had a tenant come to me and say, because of this crisis, we got this crisis, or the job market has collapsed, and we had an early winter, my construction job ended, and I'm out of unemployment, but I'm only 3 months away from them calling me back to work. Can I pay you 50% or 60% of my rent until I'm back to work, and then I'll pay off that past due amount over the next 6 months? I'd say, if they're taking good care of their rental unit, I'd say, yeah, you're cool. That's cool. Because if you're doing for yourself, I'll help do for you too. And I never evicted a good tenant because they couldn't pay the whole rent. They could pay a portion of it, and they're willing to agree to enter an agreement to pay me off over the next few months. They take such good care of the unit, they're never calling me bitching about stuff. You betcha I'm not going to kick you out because you're falling short this month. But when I hear people that say, well, when COVID started, I quit paying rent because they can't evict you right now. They will be able to.
Yeah.
They can't right now, but they will be able to down the road. Don't do that to yourselves. No.
It's surprising how many people I've talked to that were they had the understanding that they thought that this whole can't evict meant that they did not have to pay rent, that they're rent forgiveness until COVID's gone. It's like, no.
That's the problem is they don't understand it's not rent forgiveness. It's the requirement to evict you under your lease is withheld until this ends. So the landlord can't evict you for not paying your rent during that period. But when that period ends, under contractual law, that landlord has all the right in the world to go to the court and say, he owes me that money and he ain't paying it. And the court's going to say, hey, pay it up or get out. I guarantee you. I had a total of 287 eviction cases. I lost one. As a landlord, I only lost one. And I had people in the courtroom say to the judge, it's an ability to pay. I can't pay the rent. And I said, so you wait until, when I got to testify, I said, so that individual waited 6 months to tell me about their ability to pay, and it had to be told in front of a judge. Why didn't they call me? Why didn't they say, hey, I got to work something out with you, man. My job failed. I'm trying to get reemployed. Maybe I'd be willing to do a rent reduction if they're taking good care of my unit. But they didn't even try. They just said, well, it's over the winter. You can't evict me. They were surprised come May when the judge said, oh, you spent all winter not even talking to the guy? Maybe he would have told you, hey, I'll take $100 a month. You're supposed to pay $500, but I'll take $100 a month if you take good care of that unit over the winter, and we'll just keep you stable until you go back to work. But you don't know because you never asked. And the judge says, your fault, your problem, your liability, get out. You pay them everything you owe them or get out. And people said, don't you feel sorry for those people? I said, I feel sorry that they aren't being mature. That's all I feel sorry for. I don't feel sorry for evicting them. For crying out loud, people don't understand. Landlords got taxes to pay, maintenance costs. The investment in the property.
A lot of times the landlords have a mortgage that they're paying on that property, and they need that rent to cover the cost of the property.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. That's it. That was
They
my
can pay
last
taxes, upkeep, everything.
everything. And I have to say though, as a landlord, I love that job. I love being a landlord because I checked out my tenants. I checked them out, talked to their previous landlords and the like, and I picked good tenants. And if they were down and out and hard up, I worked with them. I wanted to work with them because they took good care of my property. They made it worth reducing their rent to help them out because when they're working, they're paying full market rent now. And then I got a positive profit instead of a break even. But you gotta, I mean, it's one of those deals. You've got slumlords out there. I started an organization to target and make it public who the slumlords are out there, the landlords that don't do anything. They got you paying high rent for a garbage home. And, I'm as against those guys as I am against tenants that won't talk to their landlords and work to pay for what they get. I mean, and my properties, people love trying to get an apartment with me because, hey, go fish, because they knew that the property would be well cared for. You call for maintenance, you betcha. Hang on, because they're probably knocking on your door in about 10 minutes. I was on top of that all the time. Keep those people happy. They pay the rent, got to give them what they're paying for, and yeah. That's like Running Water and I were talking. My doctor is one of the two lead doctors for a clinic that's become a clinic system. They got several clinics in Wisconsin now. They've got a sliding scale. If you're uninsured, you can go to them and say, might I be able to pay less for my medical bills at this clinic? And they'll say, here, fill out this application for sliding scale. We'll see what we can do for you. Their business model is your ability to pay, not what services cost what. It's your ability to pay. If your income base says, this guy, no matter what he does, is only going to be able to pay $25 a month. Otherwise, he's going hungry or he could end up homeless. His ability to pay is $25 a month. This guy, his ability to pay, the guy's making $95,000 a year. He can pay our regular market price for our medical services. Believe it or not. And it's open to anybody to go to that clinic. You're insured? Cool. Insurance is paying those costs. Your income is large enough you can afford to pay market value for those services. That's what you pay. Your income isn't adequate to pay those kind of services. They look at when you fill out the application, you're basically telling them what all your expenses are. And then they tell you, oh, well, you're going to pay 50% of market rate, or you're going to pay 65% of market rate, or you're going to pay 10% of market rate. But they expect you to pay. Guess what? You're at the 20% level. That last doctor visit is going to cost you $45. We expect that $45 payment within 30 days, or you don't see the doctor again. You got to pay your bill. We put it at a price that you can afford to pay. So don't argue with us. Everybody out there in the medical field was telling our city here, don't let them set up shop in your town. Don't let them set up shop. They're going to belly right up. They won't make it doing that. Well, right now, that clinic holds one full city block in our town. They've got so many services. They even have pharmaceutical services. They got full pharmacy. They got eye doctors. They got dentists. They got everything. And they're averaging a net profit of almost 13% annually. But yet they're servicing, you look at their clientele, they're servicing 49% below poverty level with no insurance. How the hell can they do it? My doctor tells me flat out, she goes, do you really think these services cost that much? She says the insurance companies are willing to pay whatever we charge. So we'll charge as much as we can until the insurance company says, well, we won't charge that much, we won't pay that much. And she says, it's just like tuition in college. If the government's willing to loan these students, give them enough grants, and then loan them the rest they need to go to college, well, of course, the college is going to set the price. They'll set it for the max the government's going to give them, or they'll set it a little over that, hoping the government will increase the amount they'll get. That's, you watch how quick tuition goes down when the government says, we're going to cut all of government educational funding in half. All of a sudden, all these colleges are saying, we got to drop tuition. We got to drop this price to match what the government will give us, because these people can't go out there and get the rest of it. We got to bring this down to what people can pay, because we want them to pay. If you overcharge, the people will default. They won't pay. So, yeah, but with medical, that is so, I feel for people. We've got 4 clinics in this town, and I feel for the people that are going to the other 3. I mean, unless they're fully insured, I would not go to the other 3. And you get just as good a service and sometimes better at this clinic that I'm going to.
Yeah, I need to go down there and see if my insurance is accepted down there, because it doesn't look like it's being accepted out at the hospital anymore.
Oh, out at Essentia?
Yeah, that, because we got new insurance.
They're not in the group.
It's like I'm not in the group, and it's like it's going to cost me like $400 a visit to just to go get my blood pressure med renewed once a year. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Now at my clinic, a follow-up visit for your med review, it's a fixed price. It's $265. It's $265. So, that's the difference of 2 of the clinics in our town. I used to go to that Essentia. I went there for years. I went to them. Couldn't afford it anymore. I couldn't afford it. And then somebody said, go to this Lakes clinic, check it out. And I thought, no, that's in beta testing. That's kind of a new business plan idea. I don't think I want to be their guinea pig. Now, that was 18 years ago. Now I'm glad I walked in the door, Oh yeah, college books. Isn't that insane? What they charge for certain texts, for college. The books, it's ridiculous. Yet, they'll sell you a specific book for a specific course of study, but yet you go to the bookstore and you can't even find a book in the bookstore for that price. There's nothing that high. There's nothing that high. You're going to walk out of there with 10 books for what you paid for the one through the college. It's greed. It's a lot of greed. Yeah. And we got to live with it. Hey, guys, on a better note, just think about it. Look how close we are to 2021. I mean, 2020 is almost over.
Yeah, nothing's going to magically change January 1st. We can hope.
Well, I'm hoping the one thing that'll change January 1st is we'll come up with new things to bitch about.
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah.
And it looks like a new president. So
Just
well,
go down 3 pages.
I don't know about the new part. he appears kind of used to me.
Yeah.
But the new part, yeah, I don't know.
Who posted that picture of him and the guy off of Deliverance that plays
I
banjo?
posted that. That's funny as hell.
That was Phil. I didn't even read the damn caption. I saw the picture and I go, "Oh God, that's too close of a resemblance."
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
little
God.
kid off of Deliverance that plays dueling banjos. Yeah, it looks just like him.
They're showing. They're showing.
And now every time I see Joe, I look for him, wait for him to squint those eyes. I'm like, there he is again. There he is again. There he
You
is
wait
again.
till that banjo start playing. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, Joe doesn't do a lot of opening his eyes. A lot of times he's squinting, reading something.
Yep.
Or he's got that confused, constipated look on his face. So he always looks like the kid from Deliverance.
Yeah, his eyes open when the teleprompter goes down.
That's right.
That's da 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 da. That should be his theme song, man. When I saw that, I thought, "Oh my God, they're releasing childhood pictures of the new president." Back when I was growing up in Pennsylvania, where I never really lived.
Right?
I'm sorry, guys.
Scranton.
Hey, Paul, good to see ya.
Back in Scranton.
Yeah. There has been, Teresa, yeah. You know what? So many of I love my YouTube family. And there's been so much tragedy in 2020. We need 2021 in hopes that we can move on, that it will be a better year, because last year was hard in so many ways. It was in so many ways. 2020 was, I'm amazed that any of us survived it. On here, us folks. I mean, it has really, really taken its toll on so many this year. Yeah. How's that number today? Mike, people will say, "Jesus, Sty, that ain't good," but it was a good number today. I started out at a 270 this morning. Yes. Usually it's in the low 300s. I started out with a 270. And I cheated last night. I ate something I shouldn't have. Does anybody else out there actually eat fruitcake?
Yep.
I eat it. Everybody says, "Oh, fruitcake, you don't eat that shit. That stuff will last 40 years. I got a loaf when I was 5 years old, and I'm 65, and I still got it. It looks just like I did back then when I got it."
You get dust it off and re-give it.
But Twinkies do the same thing, and I eat Twinkies. So I'm sorry, I like a good fruitcake. If it's a well-made fruitcake. So I got a fruitcake. I ate 4 pieces of that devil. Then I read how many carbs. Oops. Read the instructions first, kind of thing,
And each piece is like a week's worth of carbs.
I had 4 pieces, each piece, and they're small. They're small. They're just little. They're half the size of a deck of cards. Each piece had 33 grams of carbs in them.
Dang.
So I ate over 140 grams of carbs.
Ooh.
And for a meal, I'm supposed to target 65 grams for my meal. If I exceed it, do not, no matter what, exceed 85 grams. I ate 140 in about a minute and a half last night. Oh, it was so good. I wanted to eat the rest of that damn thing. And I thought, nah, see what my blood sugars are like tomorrow. Well, here we go. They were good this morning. Well, 270, But that was kind of good. Hey, Cheesehead Chris. Good to see you, Cheesehead.
It makes you wonder if no carbs is good for you. If you got to have some carbs, in order to keep that blood sugar at a lower level than what you were when you're doing no carbs.
Well, actually, it's if you're not producing any insulin at all, any carbs, any at all, are going to affect your blood sugars. But your body needs carbohydrates. You don't want your sugar to spike with sugars, but your body needs those sugars. So it's a catch-22. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. The key now, once I'm back on insulin, then I'm going to be eating 3 times a day and having 2 snacks a day religiously, because you want your carb intake to stay the same throughout the day. You want to be eating carbs throughout the day at a controlled level. And then the insulin will work to bring your blood sugar down to a normal level that follows that carb intake. Because, you should not live without carbohydrates. I mean, you got to have a level of carbohydrates. And it's like people that say, well, you can live on pure protein. Okay. They used to call it rabbit starvation. People that were pioneers, when they were moving west, they get caught out in the prairies, and there was nothing really in the sense of game for them, and they were trying to survive off of rabbits, and they freaking starved to death because all they're getting is straight protein. They're not getting the fats they need and all the other nutrients, because a rabbit is so lean, they don't provide the fats you need. And people don't realize fat. Your liver converts the components of fat into sugars. So people say, oh, well, you got to eat sweet stuff. Well, no, not technically. If you're eating enough fats, your body will generate sugar out of that fat. It'll make sugar out of that fat. So yeah, it's loopy. Did a lot of drinking for nothing. OG's son might argue that, this stuff, I don't even know if I'm going to waste my time with eggnog on Christmas Day. I'm just going to sit
there. You
drink
go.
these things.
I wouldn't waste my time with eggnog. It's like buttermilk. Ugh.
Yeah, I hate eggnog, but Fireball is pretty good.
I like eggnog, but I might have a cup of eggnog during the whole thing, just to say, well, I had my eggnog.
I'll tell you what,
but these things, I don't know that I want to dilute it in eggnog,
Say my favorite holiday food is summer sausage, because there's always summer sausage laying around. And man, I can live on that till February.
A cheese tray, right? Some sausage, some pepperoni, some pepper jack, some Kobe jack. Some people a little venison sausage in there.
This is no lie, guys. On one Christmas, my kids and grandkids at the time knew, oh yeah, Grandpa's and Dad's going to overspend this year. We're getting all kinds of shit. So we should treat them well. I got 2 things for Christmas: socks and sausage. Every single package I opened had a pack of socks, and it had one of the socks stretched down over a big link of sausage. I ended up with 9 big links of sausage and 9 packs of socks. That's 90 socks.
Did anybody get you some Ritz crackers to go with that summer sausage, though? I mean, Ritz crackers and summer sausage. They
figured the add-ons. That was my issue. I like my either a Ritz or a Townhouse cracker with my sausage with Colby Jack or not
Pepper Jack.
Pepper Jack. Oh shit! I can eat. I sit there. Yeah, I take a big stick of sausage. That damn thing's almost 2 feet long. Some bitch only lasts 3 days. Just with me. Just me. I'll eat it. I'll go in. I'll cut a big slab off, and I'll sit there and eat that block. I don't.
A place here that sells all the leftover summer sausage from the venison, and you can go right downtown and just buy big freaking like 5-pound blocks of venison summer sausage.
That we got a place here called Trinco sausages, and all they do this time of year is nothing but wild game sausages. They stock up on their beef sausages way before hunting season, and from hunting season until the end of January, they don't produce anything except wild game summer sausage. And they make these awesome sausage links that are about an inch around, and that if you buy them in bulk, they're about 16 inches long.
I'm fixing to start playing with some pemmican, trying to make that. I don't know if you've ever played with that before.
Yep, I've made it, and there's a lot of instructional videos out there. There's an outfit called Townsend, and all his channel, all he does is old recipes from the 1700s, all the way from the 1600s to the mid 1800s. They're all original old recipes, and he does reenactment stuff of that era, that big era. And he's got a good video on pemmican and the things to avoid so that you don't end up with it going rancid and things like that. But it's all based on how they used to make it. You're going back to the 1600s. How did they make it back then? And this guy's pretty good. He's pretty good.
They made it back then so you could put it in your pocket and carry it around for 3 or 4 months.
Or fill up a small parfleche with it, and just
one thing that people don't realize, and you get a lot of people on there, I got this pemmican thing mastered. I'm a pro pemmican guy, and I know all the history. And I sit there and I watch him. I go, "This is good. It's good. He's doing good, yeah." And then at the end, I go, "Why didn't he mention the maggots?" Amongst the Native American tribes, it was very common that towards the spring of the year, the tail end of their winter, that their pemmican would end up infested with maggots. To them, it didn't mean a thing. It meant extra protein. They did not throw it out because they didn't throw it out because there were maggots in it. And it's just like with flour. We found that out in Montana.
Yep.
You put up flour in the fall of the year and you store it, and you got it in the best sealed containers, right? You open that container and leave it sit there for 4 or 5 days while you're starting to make things out of it. By the 5th or 6th day, all of a sudden you've got weevils and worms in your flour. Big deal. You run it through a sifter, sift them out. And heck, if you're making something with raisins or crap like that in there, you don't even have to sift them out. Nobody knows it.
I don't sift them out.
What's the matter?
I don't have a problem with eating bugs and stuff. I mean, that's just extra protein.
This is no kidding. I had a pack of crackers that I forgot about. They come in that wax paper kind of covering, soda crackers. And I had soup the other day. And I thought, I can eat maybe 10 of those crackers in my soup. So I opened that pack. Those packs are not airtight. They're not sealed kind of thing. They're in the box of crackers. You pull them out. No, they're not that kind of sealed. I opened them up and I grabbed about a dozen crackers out of it and I dropped them on the counter next to my bowl of soup. Weevils. There's about 5 or 6 of them on the counter. I picked those crackers up and I go, "You little fuckers, stay away from my crackers." And I crushed up my crackers, put them in the soup. And I'm going, "Oh shit. I didn't check to see if there was anybody else at home. Oh well, hell, I'm having tomato basil, and with all that basil in there, you can't see the weevils. What the hell? You know,
I really want to go to the UK and try that cheese that's got the maggots in it.
with the maggots.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. If anybody in the chat knows
What's
what
her
it's
name?
called.
Childs. What's her name? Julia Childs.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a show of hers where she was over there and tried that
Good night,
cheese.
Mike.
Mm-hmm.
It was so funny. Hey, good night, Mike. But you got to respond to my messenger message, buddy. Size and color. Bugger. But anyway, he's too much of a giver instead of a taker. You know, it takes forever to get something out of him when you want to give him something. You know, it's like, oh, I'll get to it. But no, when Julia Childs was eating that cheese, they sliced that cheese, and then maggots are crawling right through it. You know, them worms. And she takes a nice big bite, and she's chewing it. And I thought, that old lady's going to puke. You just watch. All of a sudden she goes, oh, that has such a nice nutty flavor. The nutty part is right up here.
Oh man,
Flavor, I don't know what the flavor was, but the nutty part was right up here. Them worms were falling off of it while she was eating it. I mean, okay.
I think bugs and stuff like that are going to be the future. You know, if people can just get past the mindset of it.
Well, that's it. That's it.
You know, like that cricket flour you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, those scorpions I bought, they were delicious. And people think I'm crazy, but just try them. They taste like sunflowers. They taste just like sunflower seeds, like the best part of a sunflower seed. Now, the tarantula tasted just like a tarantula, just like you would imagine it. But it wasn't bad. I mean, it really wasn't bad.
Well, see, that's the thing is, in a pinch, and that's one thing I've found over the years on the whole survival issue. There are places, but there's very few places where you can actually have a sustainable bug diet.
Yep.
But it can become a component to a multifaceted diet. It becomes a component. But there are places in the world where you can actually eat just bugs and get by it. But
roasted grasshoppers are pretty good.
And there's some locusts that are edible, but a lot of locusts aren't. They're poisonous. They're actually poisonous.
Protein is protein. I mean,
well, that's it. That's what she said. All right. Somebody had to go there tonight. I'm sorry. So let's move on.
This topic's bugging me.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I got the chocolate covered scorpions. I'll bust those out here in a little while.
See, to me, chocolate covered. Okay, I've had chocolate covered crickets. I had chocolate covered ants, and there was something else, some other critter I had that was chocolate covered. The chocolate covered stuff, to me, even though that's what I ate, I never ate like Jimmy does. That's just a damn bug. But no chocolate. Yeah. But nobody sugar coated that sucker. But even though I ate those, in my mind, it was cheating.
Yeah.
Because you're covering the bug up.
Yeah.
You look at it, and it don't look like a cricket. No. It looks like a double-sized raisinette.
I would snatch a grasshopper off of a weed here and eat it, but I bet YouTube would flag me for
it. Yeah. Oh God, back when I was riding scooter when the ex-wife and I were first kind of meeting each other, I used to freak people out during the summer. I go to their house, knock on the damn door, and wait for them to open the door and say, "Whoa, don't touch the screen door until I've had a snack." And I grab a big old June bug off the door and pop it in my mouth and chomp them up. Man, I sent people running for their bathrooms, puking. The one guy come right out the door, puked right on his own front step. And I told him, seriously, they taste nutty. They're juicy. That's kind of weird, that they're the juice part of it. But the crunchiness and the flavor is like a nutty flavor, It wasn't a gross flavor.
If you've ever eaten any hot dog, and I mean any hot dog, you've eaten stuff worse and nastier than any bug.
Hey, don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that.
I'm telling you.
That's why you need to buy good old-fashioned coarse ground hot dogs from a butcher that and lets you back in the shop so you can see what he's doing. Otherwise, a hot dog is a catch-all.
Yeah, it's kind of like those tumors and stuff they don't want to talk about that they cut off. They just throw it in the grinder and
oh god,
the eyeballs, the infected,
ears, eyes, and assholes. That's all you're getting.
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't bother me. I love it.
Yeah, all the stuff to make hamburger out of them.
Son is talking about.
I don't care whose hot dog it is. They can say it's all beef or whatever. It doesn't.
Well,
it's still got the same nasty crap in it.
The thing is it's been determined that they are accurate when they say this is an all beef hot dog, because they're not disclosing the fact that they're not saying this is an all beef meat hot dog. They're just saying from the nose to the tail is beef.
Yeah. This was a
that
tumor.
Everything on that animal is a beef. Is beef. So that's why my granddad used to always say, "Yeah, hot dogs. That's nothing but the ears, eyes, and assholes." Everything nobody else will eat.
But they taste so good.
They do. Hot dogs.
Well, that's it. I ate, because there's no carbs in them. I just ate a 10-pack of the cheese Oscar Mayer hot dogs. I sat here last night and nibbled on them sons of bitches and ate them, and I kept telling myself, "Oh God, that cheese tastes so good in there."
That's not
the rest of the dog wasn't worth a shit, but that cheese sure tastes good in that thing.
I love like potted.
It's not real cheese.
Yeah.
Hey, lazy Nate. Yeah, if you get kosher dogs, if you get Hebrew dogs, you are guaranteed that's pure beef, and it's forward on the cow. It's not the hind end of the cow. It's all forward. It's all off.
Well,
the front.
that's what they say. But I mean,
no, it is. It is. I worked in an Orthodox
regulated.
I worked in an Orthodox Jewish meat market, and if they put the kosher mark on it, I guarantee you there ain't nothing but pure beef in that sucker. Because there ain't a rabbi out there going to put his nuts in the ringer by saying that's kosher, and it ain't. Yeah.
I don't care if it's kosher.
Rabbis have disappeared for lying about what was kosher and what's not. Where'd that rabbi go? I don't know. He went down to the corner store and never came back.
See, it's plant-based stuff like kimchi that gets me more than any kind of animal-based stuff. And I don't know
because to me that's rotten.
Mm-hmm.
There's a rottenness about the plant-based.
Well, it's rotten cabbage.
Yeah.
It's not even the thought of it being rotten. It's just I don't know, the taste and texture of it. I just can't get past
nothing.
Kimchi.
Well, what about sauerkraut?
I don't like sauerkraut. I hate sauerkraut.
Oh, really? Oh, shit! I can eat 5 pounds of sauerkraut.
I can eat 5 pounds of sauerkraut. We had a contest. We had a challenge one time about eating 16 ounces of it out of a jar raw, and that was tough.
Yeah, I can't.
Oh man,
I like sauerkraut.
Got me there.
But not cooked raw out of the jar.
Well,
yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as raw sauerkraut. If it's sauerkraut and it's been cured and it deserves the name sauerkraut, it doesn't need to be cooked.
Mm.
That's the best way to have it. Is that
I don't-
raw the jar, put it on a brat.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit.
You
Not a
wouldn't
16-ounce
want to
jar
cook-
of it.
You don't want to put cooked kraut on a bratwurst. Hell no. I mean, yeah. Cooked kraut. I love it. But I love what we call raw kraut on all my hot dogs, brats. Yeah. Ooh.
See, I can eat raw oysters, but I can't eat cooked oysters. I hate cooked oysters, but I'll
Well,
eat
that's
raw
just
oysters
great,
all
Jimmy.
day.
That's just great.
I'll tear up smoked oysters.
Yeah,
Oh,
see, I can't do it, man. When they get all chewy, I hate lobster too. I just don't like the texture of it.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Yeah, the running water, you remember Grandma Zeman, her clam chowder?
Mhm.
She always had to have her clam chowder.
I do love clams. Mm.
And see, I love sauerkraut. My mom used to grow up when I was a kid growing up, sauerkraut and kielbasa. She'd do that all the time. So I love sauerkraut. I just didn't care for it raw out of a jar, eating the whole jar and drinking the juice out of it. Ugh.
Well, drinking the juice out of it, see, and that's the thing is,
That was part of the challenge.
well, see, that's the thing with some of the challenges. I watch some of them and I go, oh, shit, I could do that. And then they drink the drippings off that shit. And I'm going, no, I couldn't. No. God, I was
It's all
doing
a
fine
mindset.
until I started drinking that crap.
It's all a mindset. I may have to try some kraut and stuff just to try to get past it,
Phil, didn't you drink the brain juice
Hmm.
when you did the can of brains
Oh, I ate all of it and drank the juice. Yeah.
and drank the juice? That
It was just milk gravy. It's just milk gravy. It wasn't brain juice. It was milk gravy.
See, we,
oh, right. There's no brain juice in that gravy. No.
Now you guys, I'm sure you've squirrel hunted in the past, Sty. So I mean, we
Oh,
use
yeah.
squirrel brains a lot down here. Do you like those?
That I like them, but I quit harvesting them because it's too much. It's too, to me, it's too. I shoot a squirrel. I get a half a dozen squirrels. It's one cut. Phew, he's naked. Off comes his freaking head, and that goes with the hide. I clean that squirrel out, and I'm throwing.
See, we just pull the hide over the head, then you cut the head off and throw it, and then boil it up or cook it in gravy or whatever.
Yeah.
You can't bring the canned hide.
And for me, it's because I'm lazy,
Oh,
well, that's like with walleye up here.
mm-hmm.
Boy, we catch some beautiful walleye.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to see a couple guys get in a fight is when somebody sticks their head in the fish cleaning shack and they go, "What is that bucket full of?" Well, the guts and fins and heads off all my walleyes. Can I have it? Why? Well, you didn't cut the cheek meat out of those heads.
Oh man! If you've never ate the meat off of a fish head, you are missing out.
The cheeks on walleye are just, I mean, they're golden. I mean, they're like the back straps off your deer, man.
Oh,
You don't pass them buggers up, and it ain't that hard to cut them out of the cheek, Up here is, I don't know, Phil, I would think in Michigan that it might be common. I don't know. Up in the UP it is, but all of Wisconsin, fish livers. Oh,
yeah.
We got restaurants up here. It'll cost you $25 for a platter that's about half full of fish livers.
Yeah.
The fish livers aren't easy to come by. I mean, you gotta catch a lot of fish to get enough fish livers to feed your family, man.
I love liver, hearts, all that stuff.
Yeah. Fish livers are a big deal up here.
Chicken liver. I love chicken liver.
Oh, chicken livers. And yeah, I used to just love taking chicken livers and chicken hearts. Take chicken livers and chicken hearts and I'd fry up, just el dente, a bunch of onion, and I'd throw the
Ooh.
livers and hearts in there, stir them around, let them cook up, and just sit there and eat them like a snack, man.
Man, you're making me hungry. I wonder if you took a bunch of chicken liver and you kind of doused it in one of those super hot sauces, if that would be something Phil might want to try for a challenge.
Something you might want to try.
He's flipping me off right now, I guarantee you.
That's it. I gotta go throw up, he says.
He's gonna send me the hottest shit he can possibly find.
He says I gotta go throw up, and you start bringing up him eating spicy chicken livers. Now he's running to throw up. He don't gotta go. He's gotta hurry up and go.
Mm-hmm. So nutritious, though. I mean, liver is so nutritious. It is like the most nutritious part of an animal.
I love beef liver, and that's one of the very few things about my ex-wife I miss, because she was willing to go through the whole process where I might have them every other month or so, but I used to, every couple of weeks, I could come home with a couple of big tubs of calf livers. And slice it and dice them livers up. And what she would do is she'd fry a bunch of onions in a big cast iron pan, and she would flour the liver, throw the pieces of liver in there, get them all browned up. And on the side, there's another skillet going, frying up a bunch of bacon. And then she'd take that bacon out and she'd chop that bacon up into good sized, bite-sized pieces, dump that bacon all in with the liver and the onions. Then she would make a gravy, and it would all be smothered in gravy, the breaded liver and the bacon. And oh my God, you take a big ladle of that and dump it on top of some fresh boiled new potatoes and just die. I mean, I could sit and eat liver for days if someone wanted to fix it. She was so good at preparing liver that anytime she said, "Oh, should I make liver?" "Oh, yeah. I'll run right down and get some fresh, And same with chicken fried steak. Oh, she made the best chicken fried steaks you ever fucking ate. She could take a cube steak that's about the size of a little coffee saucer, and that some bitch would end up that big. And about that big.
It's cheating, but this chocolate.
All the way you swing the mallet.
Chocolate scorpion.
Mm.
Did that say dessert on it?
Let's see. Yes, dessert scorpion.
Look at that scorpion.
We'll get it out of the package. I was going to do one with Marcedale, but she's like, hell no, I'm not eating that shit. So I figured I would come up here and eat one with you.
To think that when I go down to New Mexico and we go up in the mountains down there, I had, every time you took your freaking boots on, you couldn't put them on again without beating them on a rock to make sure to get the scorpions out of them. And here you're
on lunch, man.
Here you're eating the damn things.
These are pretty good. And I got these kind of scorpions all in my house. So I've got a food source.
You could chocolate coat all of them and sell them.
Damn, I broke it.
Oh, that son of a bitch ran across the room.
Yeah, I broke it. Sorry.
Where's the other piece?
That's good.
There's
the tail. I found it.
Yeah, I'd be willing to try that.
I think, I don't think, what the hell? That's all fucked up. There we go. I don't think I'd have a problem eating one of them buggers.
No, that's not bad at all. That's like that's easy. That's delicious.
That's one of those. If you won't eat it, it's a mental thing.
Yeah, it's all good. But the legs, even though it's chocolate coated, the legs still get stuck in your teeth.
That's the thing you talked about with scorpions is that the legs are the worst because they'll get stuck in your teeth. Yeah.
Really depends on how hungry you are. That's got a big part in all this.
Oh yeah, meat dibble. That's it. That's a whole issue on liver. Don't overcook liver. No. You don't want to eat it rare, but you don't want it dried out. You don't want to. No, I can't buy liver in a restaurant. They bring out a slab of liver. Them sons of bitches never know how to prepare it, and it comes out, and you're going, Jesus Christ, it's just a plank of boring and flat and chalky tasting crap, you know.
A good liver with a good old Vidalia onion cooked on it.
Yeah. Bill's gonna stick to eating crayons.
Yep. Listen to y'all.
Just listen to y'all.
I mean, I've eaten a lot of crazy stuff as a challenge.
You need to put that in.
Not saying I liked it. Ooh, I ate chicken livers, a plate of them, and fish livers, and I liked it.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff I eat because I like it that people would think is a challenge.
When we lived up in Red Cliff up here on the reservation, there's an old boy there. I was over hanging out. We were cribbage partners in a tournament, you know, for several years. And I was over at his place hanging out. And he says, "You want to stick around for dinner?" I said, "Yeah, sure. What the heck? Yeah." And his wife brings me out a big bowl and sets it in front of me and gives you a tablespoon, none of this teaspoon shit to eat soup, right? And I'm looking in there, I start turning around, and I'm going, yeah, okay. Yeah, it was fish head stew. And I'm sitting there at this table, all these family members, and my buddy at the time was 78 years old. He's top dog, you know, he's grandpa. And his adult kids are sitting there at the table. They all came over for dinner. And I sat there and I tasted the soup. And I'm going, you know, actually that tastes pretty damn good. And it had onions and carrots in it. I don't remember all that she put in there. But then I watched these guys scooping them fish heads out. And the first thing they do is scoop the eyeballs out of them damn fish heads. You know, and they're loving the hell. And some of them are sucking on the eye sockets of them fish heads. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's the difference between an eyeball and a backstrap? I mean, really, what's the difference?
The Chasing the Reefer is saying I've eaten deer heart, turkey heart. That's about it. Yeah, I've eaten all kinds of
turkey fries. Have you had turkey fries?
Turkey fries.
Yeah, those are turkey balls, turkey testicles. Oh man.
Oh yeah. I was in my early teens when I got to try those. Yeah.
Rocky Mountain oysters, turkey fries.
Oh yeah. Been down the Rocky Mountain oysters road. I've had sheep oysters, pig oysters, cow, steer oysters, bulls, cows, beef, and buffalo. Now the buffalo oysters they can frickin' keep.
Buffaloes, you're talking like, I mean,
that son of a bitch. They put it on the plate, 3 slices, and the slices are about that big around and about a 1/4 inch thick. And it was a son of a bitch. I was trying to cut through it with a steak knife.
Yeah.
And I set the steak knife down and I said to the waitress, I said, "Hey, is there any way I can get a chainsaw?" Oh, they didn't even want
they're good,
that.
but they're tough. Man.
Yeah, they were tough. They were tough. I've had beef oysters that were tender. They were prepared really well. They were tender. The pork ones were always tender. The sheep were tender. I didn't care for the sheep, the flavor of the sheep.
I'll say if you've
It
never
just-
had deep fried turkey fries, if you try them, you'll love them. But just once you find out what they are, you might be put off. But they are delicious.
Oh yeah, arcade. Yeah, I've had goat too. Actually, I had the goat before I had the sheep.
See,
Yeah.
I've never had any goat meat at all. I need to try that. Nothing.
There was a buddy of mine. We lived on a farm here in central Wisconsin, and yeah, this guy, he wasn't Amish, but he acted Amish. And when I found out, this guy was right out of Chicago. He had never been in the country a day in his life, and he bought this chunk of land, moved on it, and Amish country to top it off. And next thing you know, he's raising goats and sheep, and he's got a couple of steers, this guy, I tell you what, that guy, you ate every part of the animal. There's no getting around it. That guy took I'm moving out to the country seriously. I mean, he turned into one of the premier hillbillies in our country, coming right out of downtown Chicago. And I asked him one day, I said, and I had only met him a couple of times at this point. I was out at his place, and I'm sitting in the house, spicy. He has and my balls are going to bed.
Y'all done ran him off.
Yeah, you have a good one there, Bill. You have a very good one.
That's an accomplishment right there.
Yeah.
You don't have dreams of eating the turkey testicles.
That's no
Somebody's
kidding.
gonna slip him a plate of those. He's not gonna know what they are. He's gonna love them.
Right. But I'll never forget. I pull into this guy's driveway, and they took an old corn crib and converted it into a house. And I get out of my vehicle, and I could hear this weird, almost like a humming sound coming from he had a big metal barn, and you could hear it coming from out there. And I thought, I wonder what the hell he's got running in there. And I went up to the house, and he invites me in, gives me a cup of coffee, and I got around to, what the hell ever brought you out here from Chicago? He says, I didn't have a choice. And I go, what do you mean you didn't have a choice? He says, well, I did kind of have a choice. He said, the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois gave me two choices. I get the hell out of this state and the city of Chicago and never, ever come back, or they were going to have me prosecuted. And I go, for what? And he goes, for what I got out in that shed. I go, I heard something out there when I pulled in. He says, come on, I'll show you what I got out. Took me out there, and here he's got 4 treadmills set up, and on each one of them is a nasty, nasty looking pit bull. Some bitch was running dog fights in Chicago, and they caught him. And when they shut him down, they kicked him out of the damn state. They told him, well, you leave and we won't prosecute you, but if we ever catch you here again, we're going to prosecute you. And in that shed, this one whole wall is covered with all these beautiful trophies and big ribbons and stuff. He says, I raised nothing but champions. He said, I'm going, holy God, look at them dogs. Boom. So he had this big tiger stripe pit bull. He was the prettiest damn dog I think I've ever seen. And he says, he is pretty, ain't he? He says, yeah, let him get a hold of your leg once. Yeah, I go, what? No. What the hell are you talking about? He goes, oh, yeah. He says, the goddamn county assessor came to reassess my property so they can jack my taxes up. And he says, I had that dog chained up at his doghouse outside. And I yelled at that guy, don't go near the doghouse. And he said, that was it. He says, by the time I got out there, he says, that whole guy was up against the doghouse except for his right leg. That was inside the doghouse. He said, and that pit bull didn't hurt him bad. Just grabbed onto him, hung onto him. And just hung onto him. He says he's trained it. Bite and hang, bite and hang, you know. I was there the following year, and we're sitting outside having a couple of beers, and he goes, oh shit, look, that steer got out of the pasture. He's standing in the ditch. He goes over to that tiger stripe, unchains him. He goes, get the cow. That pit bull ran out to the ditch. Now that pit bull ain't that tall. He jumped up in the air, grabbed that thing under the neck, and just hung there. And that steer just stood there. He ain't gonna move. I got this big ass dog hanging onto my neck. He ain't letting go. So the steer just stood there, and Eli walked out there and put a chain on the steer's halter and tapped that dog on the forehead like 4 times with his knuckle, and the dog let go, and dog's just happy, like, I caught your cow.
Well, that's the thing about pit bulls is they're such good dogs. They will do whatever you want.
They'll do what they're trained, and people don't get that. They don't get that.
It's not the dog. It's the person.
No, it's the person. It's right, exactly. It's all based on who's raising that dog.
I hated pit bulls. I was like a lot of people. I had a big pit bull phobia till like the 90s. And I got this pit bull puppy showed up at my front door, and I was going to get rid of it. And then I ended up raising it. And if you ever see me on here crying about an old dog, that was my dog Angus. That ended up being the best dog I ever had. I mean, he would do anything that I ever wanted him to do. He was such a good dog. And that's the dangerous part of pit bulls. Is if you're an asshole, you don't need to have a pit bull.
Nope.
No.
Exactly. The pit bulls, every pit bull I've ever encountered reflected its owner's persona. I mean, that dog became an extension of the owner, you know? And I mean, I had friends with pit bulls that sons of bitches. I tell them, would you get your dogs away from me? The fuckers, they want me to pet them for 24 hours, and they want to lick you. They're just friendlier than snot. And he had 2 of them. They thought they should sit in your lap. And I told him, I said, your dogs are not lap dogs unless you're an elephant. I mean, them sons of bitches are too big to be in your lap. And he goes, well, if you can get them to stay down, good luck. He says they just love people too much. And that really taught me a lot. It taught me a lot being with those 2. But then I got to the point where if there was somebody that I kind of questioned the way they are, they're assholes, they're nasty, and I end up having to go to their place for some business or something, and then I see that they got a pit bull or 2, then it's like I'll stay in the truck till they come out. You know,
I don't know because people are dangerous.
Right,
nothing to do with the breed of the dog.
That's it. Yeah,
pit bulls and boxers. I mean, boxers love people more than any other breed. Like boxers are they love people, but they will eat somebody's ass up if they think that's what they're supposed to do.
Exactly. And I got a Sty story about a boxer that wasn't nice. And I loved that dog. I loved him. I got a Sty story about him. I better put that on my list to do that one.
My old hound dog Caboose that I married this year, he was half red bone and half boxer. And I'm telling you, that was probably the best and funniest dog I ever owned. You know?
We'll see you, Mr. Fulton. Yeah, and I've been around, I'd say quite a few boxers in the years, and there was only one that I would ever say was a bad boxer, and he was a bad boxer because of his first owner. His second owner was the nicest guy he ever met, and he wouldn't do anything to hurt that boxer in any way, you know, and it's just that boxer had been ruined by somebody, you know. And
You're right, me, Dibble. People walk around with pit bulls that are trained to attack like it's a weapon because they're too small of a person to walk around on their own. They walk around with that dog like it's a weapon. And unfortunately, those kind of dogs that have been raised that way, there's really not much you can do for them other than put them down. But that's the human problem of pit bulls.
Right.
The problem with pit bulls has nothing to do with dogs. It's humans. And you just got these little insecure assholes that have to walk around with a pit bull because they can't fight for themselves. It's like walking around waving a pistol at everybody. It's the same concept.
They should be down.
Yeah. Well, I do know of a guy. That had a pit bull, and he fit OG Son's description perfect. He was a small statured guy, and had a big mouth, but he didn't have any guts unless he had his pit bull with him. Then all of a sudden he's got all the guts in the world, but he mistreated that pit bull so bad to get that pit bull that mean.
Mm-hmm.
And I laughed my ass off. I was sitting on this patio at a bar, and he was out in the parking lot with that pit bull arguing with these two guys. And that pit bull kept wanting to walk. That pit bull must have smelled something that interested him. And he kept walking behind him. And he yanked that pit bull back, and he's got a choker chain on him. He's yanking him back. And then he starts yelling at that pit bull. And he turns around and kicks that pit bull right across the head. Kicks him just hard. His own dog. And he told those guys, all of a sudden he yells out, "You F with me, and I'm going to sick my dog on you." And that one guy says, "You go ahead and sick your dog on you. I'll pull my handgun. I'll kill it." He dropped the chain, and he told that pit bull, "Sick him." That pit bull turned around, grabbed that son of a bitch by his right thigh, and started shaking him like an old sock. And he's beating on his own dog's head. "Get off of me, get off of me." And finally the dog let loose, and it's backing up and growling. And that dog slouched down looking at him. And I'm going, this ain't good. That dog took off like a rocket, airborne, nailed that guy right in the chest and knocked him on his ass. And that guy was smart. He got both arms over his face, man. And those other two guys, they run up, grab that pit bull by the collar, and they're pulling him back. Trying to, they figured this thing's going to tear this guy up. And that pit bull never tried to bite either one of the guys he was sick on. He just wanted a piece of his owner. It was kicked me in the head one too many times. I was up there on that patio just busting the gut. And I'm like, those two guys come in here. I'm yelling at the bartender. Those two guys come in here. I'm buying them 2 rounds each. I said, that's great. That's great. Somebody get that dog a T-bone steak.
Bean said he wanted in on that story. He said, "What?"
Pit bulls are a great and beautiful breed of dog. It's just ugly fucking people get a hold of them and ruin them and use them for the wrong purpose. That's all it is with pit bulls.
And the thing is pit bulls are getting such a bad rap, and there are a few other breeds that, when taught, have the same characteristics.
Oh yeah, German Shepherds are horrible.
Shepherds are pinchers. Pinchers are terrible.
Rottweilers, all of those. I mean, you can make a Cocker Spaniel the meanest dog in the world.
Well, that's it. I'll tell you what, the nastiest dog I ever met in my whole life was a toy poodle.
Mm-hmm.
That little bitch jumped up in my lap, and she looked me right in the face and started showing her teeth and growling. Every time I'd reach over to try to push her off me, she'd bite me. She'd bite my hands, bite me in the arm, and then look me right in the face. I'd tear your eyes out, kind of thing. And I told her owner, I said, "What the hell's wrong with this dog?" And he goes, "She's just nasty." He says, "She's nasty. I don't know." He says, "I got her from the Humane Society, and I thought she's cute." And he says, "I got her home, found out she's the meanest bitch in the world." He says, "I've been trying to get her to stop, but he says, look at me. I'm all scarred up." He says, "She's nasty."
Look at Beanie. We're talking about dogs.
I had to do something that I don't like, hurting animals, you know. But I had to jump up out of my seat and let that dog fly about 8 feet. Boom, and that thing's through the air.
Is Beanie a French bulldog running water?
No, he's Boston.
Boston? Okay. All right.
Yeah, red and white Boston.
All my dogs are getting super old, so I'm shopping around. I may get a new one here before too long. Don't tell Marcedale though; she'll kick my ass.
That's it. Right. You ain't bringing nobody new in the house without my permission.
I want to get another pit bull, but I mean, I don't know. Because there's so many of them that are abandoned because people just don't understand them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Well, yeah. You have that, big stigma about pit bulls, and like with my company, yeah, we can have dogs on the truck, but none of the bully breeds. And yet we've got drivers that have these vicious Chihuahuas and Pomeranians on the nastiest little spawns of hell.
Yeah.
Oh, you get you a Doberman Pinscher. Those were just basically bred to attack people, but I mean they're great dogs, but they will do. They're just like a pit bull. They'll do exactly what you want them to do.
My mother and father-in-law had a beautiful Pinscher, and boy, he turned out big. He was a tall, slender bugger. He was picture perfect. I told him, I said, man, you ought to be showing him. And he was papered, and he was friendly as can be. Everybody loved him. He loved everybody else, but he was never anything but a house dog, right? He didn't know being outside except to go take a dump in the yard, Well, they moved out in the country on a farm. And I told him, I said, I wouldn't let Duke run wild out here. I'd treat him just the way you did at home, back in town. Well, no, one of the reasons we moved out here is now Duke can run. I said, I wouldn't let him run. He don't know what this is about. They let him run. And what did he do? He found a couple strays and started hanging with those strays. And those strays had been running down deer. Well, Duke, being a Pinscher and being twice as tall as either one of his buddies, could take a deer down in a flash. All of a sudden, that sucker's taking deer down every single day. And he went wild. He went feral. And my father-in-law went out there, and he says, I don't have a choice. He said, the DNR told me, catch him, have him put down, or I'm going to be paying a big fine for letting him kill deer and blah, blah, blah. So he went out with a deer rifle, and there's Duke out and his two buddies out in the field, 10-acre field, and he starts calling them. Duke looks and kind of ignoring them at first, and he kept yelling for him, Finally, Duke comes running, and I'm standing kind of behind him, and all I got on me is a handgun. And I thought everything was going cool until Duke was about maybe 30 yards out from him. And all of a sudden, Duke's ears laid back. He started growling, and he's looking at Bob like, yeah, you're an easy target. That son of a bitch went after Bob. I couldn't believe it. Bob managed it. I mean, literally within the length of a man, he managed to hit that dog. If he hadn't hit that dog would have taken my father-in-law down. And once that dog was on my father-in-law, getting a clean shot on him for me.
You got to put a dog down. You just use a 12 gauge and don't screw around with anything else because you're not going to miss. They're going to go down.
That's why with my Mossberg, a lot of people thought that it was stupid, but that's why I had a round of buckshot in the front end of the tube. I could pump 3 rounds out, and I got buckshot. And I'll tell you what, any canine that's going to raise hell with me don't want that last round in that barrel.
Yeah, living out in the country, you just learn it's not cruel. I mean, it's more humane. Just use a 12 gauge than screw around with some small caliber gun that you might mess with or whatever.
Well, I saw a lab mix. I don't know what the hell he was mixed with, but he didn't look very lavish. He was black, that's all. And upper middle size, medium sized dog. And I watched a guy put 21 rounds through that dog with a 22. And that dog ran up to me and just stood there and looked up at me like, help.
Yeah.
I felt bad because I had 38 on my hip. I just pulled it out, popped him in the forehead, and it's done. You know?
Wrong.
And I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. That guy had that dog within 15 feet of him. And I told that guy, I said, if you would have had a 12 or 20 gauge on you, that would have ended right then and there.
Yeah.
I said, but instead, you put that dog through almost an hour of misery getting shot by you with that 22. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. You're supposed to be
thinking about,
humane.
like, you know, they don't want to, you know, blow a big hole in them or something. But it's like, no, it's the humane thing to do. If you can just end it with one shot instantly, then that's what you do. You don't try
End
to
end it quick.
Yeah. It's a hard thing, and it's a lot. You know, that's kind of one of the things living out here in the country. People don't, you know, and urban folks don't want to talk about this stuff. But I mean, because it bothers them, but it's the reality of it.
And it is true. It is. They've done enough studies on it. It is true. Enough people in urban settings, they really don't know where their hamburger came from. They don't know. They never saw a real live chicken.
Never skinned a deer.
Oh yeah. That is a very rare occasion that you get somebody that grew up in an urban setting, really knows what that's about. And
because I'll put a dog down doesn't mean I don't love dogs. I love dogs. I love my pets almost as much as a kid, but I will put them down. You know.
That's it. I had to put 2 dogs down out in Montana, and well, I put one of them down, and that just broke my heart. I mean, it broke my heart because all my dogs, it didn't matter if they were mutts or what they were so obedient to me, you know. And Dolly, I never forget, she was a border collie. I called her over to me, and all I said to her was, Dolly, sit down. And she sat there right in front of me. And I told her, I said, what's that? What's that? And I'm pointing at the ground. She looks down, and I had to shoot her in the forehead with a handgun and put her down. I had another dog, and what the hell did we call her?
Baby,
the little black one. This guy that was there with me, and he was supposed to help me get off the mountain, basically. We're getting my truck and other stuff. He wasn't supposed to help me put down my dogs. And I hear this kaboom, and I'm going, holy fuck, he just fired that 44 that he had on his hip. What the fuck is he shooting at? So I run around the cabin, and there's Baby kicking around, running in circles. He tried to shoot her with 44 mag and winged her. I walked up to him, and I pulled my 44 out of my holster, and I said, "You want to see what that feels like, you son of a bitch?" He looked at me, and then I took her head off. Boom, fast. Boom, gone.
The thing is, if you're not willing to do that, you don't need to have a damn dog. You don't need to have a pet.
No, and I feel bad. You know, there's people that they'll spend thousands of dollars. I've got a brother-in-law and my sister, God bless her, she's passed away, but they stuck thousands of dollars into cats. I mean, they had the one cat. It was over $6,000 they paid in veterinary bills to keep the son of a bitch alive for about 4 extra years. But there was no quality of life left for the cat. I mean, the cat could hardly move. It was just sick all the time and miserable. But they take it to the vet and tell the vet, you do whatever you have to do to keep that cat living. We'll pay it. And the vet's like, it's your damn cat. I guess so. And even the vet kept saying, no, we need to put that cat to sleep. He's so miserable. No, you're going to keep him alive. Okay. Now, I'm the kind of person, when my father-in-law, he had gotten killed by getting hit by a car while crossing the street. Well, they put him in the hospital. But they found after a couple of days he was brain dead. There was no activity at all anymore, and so they were just keeping the body alive is all they were doing.
Yep.
And I told my ex-wife, I said, your pop's obviously not coming out. And we've had 3 different neurologists. They came to the same conclusion. There's no chance of ever coming out of this. And I said, and even if he could, which he can't, but if he could, he'll be so disabled, he'll never do anything for himself again. And I said, he'll spend the rest of that miserable life hating you and me. So I said, I know the best thing to do. And I said, and that's pull that plug. Pull that plug. That man deserves to have this. It's already ended for him, and you're just dragging it out.
I've already told my whole family, if I'm ever in that situation, you don't hesitate.
That's me too.
That's keep my body alive.
That's it. If all you're keeping alive is this old pile of shit, it's time to wipe your ass and
Tell you what, if I ever found out I was terminally ill, I would find the fastest motorcycle I could find, and I would be heading out on the highway. They'd never see me.
I had that conversation with my doctor just 2 weeks ago because she wants to do a full cancer screening on me. I said, if I let you do it, can you keep your mouth shut? She goes, what do you mean? I said, because if you find something, you don't want to be the one that tells me. And she goes, what? And I said, no. She says, what if we found lung cancer or something? I said, keep it to yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. And she goes, but what if we can treat it? I said, you tell me, can you afford the dentist bills? Because I'm going to knock your fucking teeth out. I don't want to know if something like that comes along. Because I'll figure it out on my own. Eventually, I'll go, oh, shit. I'm dying, man. I can feel it. It's coming on. And guess what this old and Running Water knows? If all goes well and it's the right time of year, they'll find me. The crows will be well fed, but they'll find me sitting under a pine tree near a body of water somewhere. Because I am not going to sit in some freaking nursing home or some hospice somewhere with them saying, oh, you want more morphine? That'll help you get through this and this. No, kiss my ass. I'm not dying in your conventional ways. I'm not. That's not me.
Is a way for them to take every penny that you have and take your house and take everything you own. And your pride of misery for nothing.
And your pride. They take that too. Mm-hmm. They take your pride away from you. My brother, God bless him, I loved him to death. Literally. I mean, at the end, and he had cancer, they had cut off Running Water knows, they cut off half of his face. He lost his ear, except for they left just enough on top so he could still wear his glasses, they said. Now, if that isn't a pisser, to come out of surgery and they say, well, we removed half your damn face, but we left a nub of the ear so you can still wear your glasses. Oh, thanks a lot. I'm so glad you thought of me. You bullshit. And because of his family, God bless him, he was thinking of them, but because of his family not wanting to let go, he said, fine, put me through all the treatments you need to or whatever. Well, he went through chemo. He went through radiation. They had him in an iron lung 3 days a week. And he'd have to lay in that son bitch for 12 to 16 hours. The only thing he got out of his diagnosis was he managed to take a trip to Alaska and back. They rented a motorhome and they headed to Alaska and came back. But he was sick on the whole trip because of his treatments. At the end, he said, if I would have known that this journey would have been this way, he said, I would have told him, no, when it gets so bad that I can't manage the pain, just give me a morphine pump and then let me go. Just leave it to me. Just give me the morphine pump and you guys just stand back and let me go. He says, I would never do this shit ever again. So my doctor, I told her how my brother's cancer went. And she said, I'm cool with it. She says, I'm not going to do the screening on you or nothing. She said, I'm cool with it. She says, because I don't want to have to lie to you. She says, so we're not even going to go there. If you don't want to go there, she says, I'm good with that. And I said, that's why you're my damn doctor. Yep. Because you're willing to do what I want. Not what you think is best, but what I really want for myself.
My old doctor back here, he would be the kind of guy I would want to break that news to me. He'd just be like, well, old buddy, looks like you ain't got long left. And I'd be like, well, looks like I'm going to the Suzuki dealership. And it's been nice knowing you. And that's the last conversation we'll have. Because I'm going to buy a Hayabusa and see how fast I can make it to California.
Well, see, and that's it is if they diagnosed me with something terminal and they said, oh, geez, you only got 3 months left. I guarantee you that 3 months, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want in that 3 months.
I'm going to enjoy at least a month of it.
The slightest whim, I'll act on it. If I decide, oh shit, I've never hiked into such a place, it might take me a freaking week to get in there. But I'm going. And I tell you what, that pack is going to be so heavy with all those T-bone steaks and shit in it. Because I want to do whatever the hell I have a whim to do.
I bet you'll be hitting that Swan's ice cream truck. You'll be.
Oh, you're damn right. I'll be flagging that sucker down. I'll be flagging it down, saying, hey. And they'll go, hey, you're not a regular customer. Oh, but I'm going to be the best customer you got this month. This might be a one-time deal, but it'll be like you serviced me for a year.
Well, so the crazy thing is that we don't live every day like that. Why don't you live every day like that? I don't understand why people don't do that. Because you have no idea.
Well, see, for me, I don't, like with the Schwann's thing, I don't act on that temptation because I do know Schwann's will bring me to it quicker.
Yeah, I mean, but you have a quality of life, though.
But that's it. If I had any idea I'm going to lose my quality of life, my end is near, then I'm going to act like I got eternity to do what I want. I'm going to go out there and do everything I want, and my final day is going to be, bye, guys, I'm on my way out. I can't do it anymore. It's done. It's over. Bye.
Too lazy, Nate. I'm as bad of a motorcycle rider as I am a chili head. So when I say I'm going to find the fastest motorcycle I can, I mean, I know what I'm talking about.
Something's going to happen.
I know.
Well, get this one, Jimmy.
Yeah.
This guy I grew up with, I was best friends with his older brother, and Rick, he was the younger brother that hung around with the two of us. Yeah, everywhere we went, we had a tail. It was Ricky. And one day Ricky come to my house and he says, we're adults at the time, and he come to my house. He says, Harold doesn't want to tell you this, but he says, our younger brother, Brian. And I go, yeah, of course I know Brian. He goes, well, do you know about Brian? And I go, what about Brian? He goes, he's got cancer, lung cancer. And I go, holy Jesus, he's only like 20 years old. And he goes, yeah, he's full of lung cancer. I said, holy God. Well, right away they said, we think we can catch this. So they put him in surgery, and they said it was only one lung that had the cancer in it. So they removed that lung, and they put him through therapy and shit. And then about a year after that, and they're telling him, you're going to make it. You're going to make it, man. It's only one lung, but it looks like you're going to make it. And then, boom, they said, nope, lower lobe on the other lung. There's cancer. We're going to have to remove that. Now he's down to about 3/4 of a lung is all he's got left. And they said, we can't control the cancer in you. You're not going to make it. So they diagnosed him as terminal. And he asked them, how long do I have? And they said, well, 3 to 6 months. Well, in that 3 to 6 months, that fucker smoked more cigarettes in that 3 to 6 months than what I smoke in a year. He chain smoked one after another. He was smoking upwards of a carton of cigarettes a day.
Damn.
And drank like a fish. All he did was he got up in the morning and he had his bottle of booze in his hand, and he didn't put that bottle of booze down until after last call. I mean, that guy drank 24/7 if he could, every day of the week, smoked constantly. And I was talking to him, I'm looking at him, and he looked really sick, and frail. And I said, man, oh man, Brian, what are you doing to yourself? He says, I ain't doing nothing to myself. I'm dying. He says, and I'm having fun at it. I'm having a lot of fun dying here. Well, then all of a sudden I get a call from his mother, and she goes, she says, I've got so much trouble here at the house. She says, maybe you can come over and kind of calm Brian down, because Harold and Ricky have been trying and he ain't calming down. And I said, is he getting close? And she goes, you got to come over and find out. And so I went over to their house. I walk in, and Brian's having a fit. I mean, he's throwing shit around the house. He's stomping around. He's pissed off. And his mother's trying to offer him a cigarette. And he goes, I'm never touching another one of them fucking cigarettes ever again in my life. He says, and I want all the booze out of this house. He's just pissed. And I'm like, what the fuck is this all about? Just 2 days ago, I watched him smoking like a chimney and drunker than shit. And all of a sudden, he don't want no booze in the house, no cigarettes. All of a sudden, he decided he wants to live, huh? No. I got him kind of cornered, and I go, what's going on, Brian? He goes, well, I got to go to court. And I go, what do you mean you got to go to court? He says, I spent the night in jail last night. I said, for what? He says, assault. And I said, assault? He says, yeah, I had a doctor's appointment yesterday. And I said, what's going on? He says, guess what my doctor told me? They misdiagnosed me and I'm going to live.
Oh, shit.
He says, I beat the living hell out of that son of a bitch. He says, it took 6 freaking cops to get me off that doctor.
Damn.
He says, and all I could keep saying to him is, I'll show you what near death is, you son of a bitch. He says, them sons of bitches had me believing for the last 6 months that I'm going to be dead anytime. And now they're telling me, no, there's not a sign of cancer in you.
Oh, my God.
He's still alive today. That was 40 years ago.
Oh, my gosh.
It screwed him up psychologically like you wouldn't believe. He's spent the rest of his life never hesitating to take a risk. He says, I already died once. He said, I died once already. He says, so for it to come around a second time, no surprise.
Well, the thing is, we're all dying, right?
Yeah.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah. We were born.
What the hell are you waiting for?
That's we were born dying.
You keep talking like that, Jimmy, and I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna jump in my van and I'm gonna take off and just do what the fuck I want to for the rest of my life.
Why in the hell?
Doesn't it make you want to do that, Granny?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't
Swing
you?
by
I
and
mean,
pick me up, girl.
I have a bad habit of influencing people in the wrong way on that stuff, or maybe it's the right
I
way.
got a husband and 3 kids who depend on me.
Well, I'm just telling you, you only got one ride on this roller coaster.
But
And
I
if you
sure
don't
would
get the
like
most
to do
out
that.
of it, it's your
Well,
own
then that's it.
damn fault.
Make the best out of it.
Yeah.
That's it. Make the best out of it you can. And if you've got obligations and things,
Yeah.
yeah, you can still meet that, but you need to be happy with what you're doing. You need to say, yeah, that's what I want to do. That's me. I want to do that.
Money and stuff doesn't mean anything. It's
No,
just
money don't mean
ANDT.
the memories
I
that
know
you're gonna have.
money don't mean shit.
100 years from now, nobody's gonna give a damn about any of us. They're not gonna remember our name. You're 3
No.
generations away from being completely forgotten.
Yep.
So, I mean,
Even
you're
if
not
they
enjoying
do
your
something
life, it's
amazing.
your own fault.
And- well,
Yeah, you do something amazing, either good or
no.
bad.
Running water. Wait, I was just going to say, even if you did something amazing and they erect a statue of you that'll last 1,000 years, somebody's going to come along, tear it down. You know, somebody's going to tear that statue
Well,
down.
guess
someday and
what?
say, none of us.
In
that
4.5 billion years, the Earth is going to get swallowed by the sun. It's not going to matter. In 4 billion years, our galaxy is going to merge with Andromeda. It's not going to matter. None of this shit matters. It's all just a silly game in our head.
It's like when you see these pop up every now and again on like Facebook and YouTube and stuff. It's like, this technology that we'll have by 2050. I get laughing. I'm like, you're assuming we're still going to be here by then.
Don't go there, running water. You pulled that on me just 2 days ago. That's one bitch. He sends me this whole link to this big article on Amazon. They're gonna copy Starlink. They're gonna have all their satellite array up and everything else, and they're gonna be open to the public in 2039.
So,
and I told him, I said, what in the hell are you sending me that shit for? There ain't no 2039 in my book. What the hell do I care? I don't care what Amazon's doing in 2039. If they're doing it next month, I'm interested. But don't send me this shit that's going to affect you.
Well,
I can care less.
Sty, you're like 15, 17 years older than I am, but I mean,
Barefoot Adventures.
Life, you realize that it's so limited. This is all just a stupid fucking game, and it's just I mean, it's just crazy that we don't be happy.
The one thing I refuse to do is to allow myself to give up my past.
Yeah,
because I can look at my past,
barefoot,
and recall all of my past. And then go, oh, there's things I still haven't done. Damn it!
Well, I mean, all that,
and it's you weigh your life on what you did and what happened and everything of the past, and then you go, now I'm going to weigh tomorrow. Because you're not looking as far into the future as you can in the past. So you say, well, that's cool, all that shit in the past. What about tomorrow? What am I going to do tomorrow that gets added onto that past?
I'm not a wise enough or knowledgeable enough man to tell you anything about any kind of afterlife or anything like that. I have no idea about any of that stuff, but I can tell you, it is such a short amount of time that we're here. And the horrible trick of life is that you don't realize that shit till you're 50 years old, and time just starts ticking by like that.
That's
you're like,
it.
oh my God, what am I doing?
That's it. I'll tell you what.
Starts flying.
My last 15 years.
Yep.
Feel like a year.
Remember when I was telling that story about my daughter on the parachute? Well, I was on Travis's stream. I was talking about my daughter who's 30 years
Hey,
old
Terry.
now. You know, when she was a baby running in my parachute table, that was yesterday. That was 30 freaking years ago. You know. So I mean, it's just
Hey, Newman.
nothing.
Yeah, it's, you know, look at me. I'm sitting here chatting with my 44-year-old son.
Yeah, I'm only 4 years older and running water, and I mean, it's
when I think of him today, it doesn't automatically make me think of him as a kid. It's like it's two different worlds now. I've got the memories of him as, I mean, he was as cute as a button, man. I mean, he was one cute freaking kid. And he was a fun kid. He was a fun kid. Now he's an adult, and he's not, at this stage, he's not supposed to be cute and fun. He's supposed to just be my responsible oldest son. And he is. And I feel like I'm a fucking success. You know, that's what makes me feel like a success, is when I look at my lineage and say, hey, I got some really good successes out of this deal. You know, I can leave this old world and they're going to have their stories to tell. They're going to have their lives to share. But someday I feel bad for them, because someday they're going to be in my boat going, fuck, it just ain't long enough. Just like Jimmy said, it ain't long enough. It ain't long enough.
Too many people judge success on money and shit that you own. It has nothing to do with that. Another thing, you could be like Jeff Bezos, have $200 billion. It's not going to mean a thing to you on your last day, on your last breath. That $200 billion won't mean a thing to you.
And I tell you what, you want to hear people just rip me a new one, is when I get on the subject of funerals. And they ask, because I don't go to funerals. I didn't go to my mother's funeral. I wanted to be there. I really did. I wanted to be there. But my job, I had to work. I needed to eat and I needed to pay my rent. I had to go to work. I could not go to her funeral. And that doesn't mean I didn't mourn or anything like that. But the family got pissed off at me. And they're going, you need to be at these people's funerals and the family when they die. And I go, what do you need me for? I'm not going to bring a dish, a salad or some shit, so that you people can sit around and eat a nice meal after you put somebody's carcass in the ground. I said, funerals are for the living. They're not for the dead. Oh, no, it's to show respect. I said, the fucker ain't there to respect anymore.
Right. They're not there.
They're not there.
Well, see,
what you want is me to come there and put on a show for you. That's bullshit. That's no.
And I had gotten crap from a few different people on the same thing, you know, for going to grandma's funeral. And it's like, well, no, it's just not going to work out. And they're like, well, you know, that's disrespectful to her. I'm like, no. I said, knowing grandma, she would be pissed if you took and disrupted your responsibilities. Made her a burden.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, my mother, everything, her memorial service and everything, she had that all prepaid, all prearranged. She didn't want nobody making any decisions at her memorial. She's going to have it her way. So when she went out the door, you went to watch the show, and that's the way she put it to me. She says, I choreographed a show for everybody on my way out. She says, I won't be there to watch, but I hope they have a good time.
Oh, I told my family, if you spend $20,000 on my funeral, I'm going to haunt your ass, because I'm going to be pissed.
Well, that's it.
I mean, you bury me in a damn sack, a pine box, or nothing. Burn me. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
What did I tell you yesterday, Running Water? I told him, I said, you come in my place, in my bedroom, on a nightstand, sits a beautiful pine, well, it's rosewood urn. Don't give that urn to the funeral home when they want it for my ashes. Don't give it to them until you open it. You don't want them getting what's in it, because there's instructions in there on what to do to pay for this shit. So so I don't want to leave a burden behind, but I also am going to leave with on no uncertain terms. They're going to say, "Oh shit, it's real obvious what he wanted."
Well,
and
what difference does it make what they do with your body? It's just a
well,
thing.
that's it. That's it. And I told them,
it's not you.
My daughters, they're going, "Oh well, what cemetery will you be put in?" I said, "It's called Running Water's Bookshelf."
Yeah, you better not put me in a damn cemetery. I don't want to
You
be there with a bunch of other assholes I don't like.
That's right next to Joe's cremated cat. There you go. I got a pet. Now I'll have a pet, and it won't cost me a $450 deposit.
Hey, I used to want to be cremated, but then I got to thinking about like cremation. Like it's a waste. You're not giving back. You know what I mean? And this is just my weird way of thinking. I want to do the mushroom soup thing. And
what
I know
I
that bothers a lot of people to even think about it.
What?
But I feel like I'm giving back if I go back into the earth and just become part of the cycle again. That's what I want to do.
See, what I wanted to do, but the problem is nowadays, if you got someone in the family with a plot of land, there's no guarantee they're going to keep that plot of land anymore. You know, in this day and age, people sell and get rid of property and reacquire.
In a million years from now, it's not going to matter.
But what I wanted to do, and I really looked into it. In fact, it was right to the point where buy it now. I was going to get one of those urns that are made out of bamboo, basically, and they put your ashes in it, and then there's this plug of dirt kind of thing with a sapling of whatever tree you want for the region you live in, and you stick it in that urn right in the guy's ashes, and you bury the whole damn thing, and then that tree will grow. And it's got all these special nutrients in that plug that goes in there that gets the tree roots to bust through your ashes, because the ashes will actually kill the tree. But these nutrients stop the tree from dying going through your ashes. But I told Running Water and his brother, I said, I think I'm going to do that. And then his brother's got 10 acres that doesn't have a lot of trees on it. I said, and I told his brother, I said, you take me out there and plant my ass on your place. And I said, guess what kind of tree it's going to be? And he goes, I don't know what. And I said, a sugar maple. I said, the sons of bitches live a long time too. I said, so it's going to be a sugar maple. And he goes, why a sugar maple? I said, because after it matures, I said, and I want every family member to do the same. So you'll have a 10-acre parcel covered with sugar maples. You tap them buggers, and you make maple syrup out of it, and you have an annual ancestors breakfast.
I wish they would just grind me up fish food and throw me in the Mulberry River.
Pour me on your pancakes and remember me. God, Sty was, he's so sweet. You know,
you've only got 2 or 3 generations at the most that's even going to remember you. I don't care how good of a guy you are. 3 generations at most, and you're not going to be remembered.
Well, that's not terribly accurate, because in our family, we try to keep track of our ancestors. And I go back to the 1400s, you know, and I know their names. And what they did for the livings. When did they migrate? When did they migrate to here or there, or this and that? And it's because it's interesting.
Yeah.
But if I didn't have that interest, and nobody else in the family, Running Water's got that interest, which is good for our family. But sooner or later, you're going to end up with nobody left in the family that has that interest.
Oh yeah.
And then poof, like OG Son saying, poof,
Yeah,
Now
I'm
none of
not
us are
trying to.
remembering.
See, for me, I'm not trying to cling on. I'm not. I'm ready. You know, when I'm done, I want people to let go. Just let it go. You know, I'm not trying to cling on to anything. So,
See,
That's
I'm planning, with considering my career, where I'm all over
You
the
got
damn
it. You
country.
got it, Trav.
You know, I'm going to be leaving little geo stashes all over the place.
that
I'm
would
going to
be
leave a treasure
cool.
map upon my desk. So it's like, yeah, go find what I hit across the country.
I
There
would
you
love to
go.
go leave little artwork all over the place. You know, little
Yeah.
statues or paintings or something just hidden all over the country. That would be awesome.
Hey, welcome aboard, Travis.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Up, Travis.
Hey,
Loved
Travis.
your stream today. Loved your stream, man.
Thanks, brother.
Travis
That's
gonna be a heavyweight.
right.
You watch. Travis
Yeah.
gonna be our heavyweight guy.
Yeah. you know, of your stream, I only got to watch 2 parts, and that was you doing the challenge and Samantha. You doing the challenge kind of upset my stomach a little, but Samantha, I damn near ended up with a busted hip.
You didn't stick around for my song? I sang too.
Oh,
I
I
bet
heard it. I heard your song.
He
I didn't
sang.
watch it.
Sty ran through the wall like Kool-Aid man.
I was
Oh yeah.
I was here for the whole stream, pal. But I was in the other room.
Well,
And-
thanks for being part of it, man.
And that's why you didn't see me out in the chat. I was 20 feet away. But when you said, "Oh, Samantha, play us a song," you don't have to, and this, and then I'm hearing it, and then all I heard was cling on that first stroke of that uke, and I was mopping the frickin' kitchen floor. I dropped the mop, come running, tripped on the mop, knocked some shit off my microwave, and I hit this coffee table and made it to my studio, and I'm going, I made it before she even said a sound. And I watched her, and I go, that's good. Got up, went back in the kitchen, and then I heard you singing, and I listened to your conversation. But I had to sit there and watch you do the challenge, and I tell you what, your little partner there, Magna Monkey, is, yeah, that's cool.
She's awesome.
Could you believe the heavyweights that were showing up for Travis today?
I can't believe all
man,
showed up, man.
no kidding. Hey, I tell you what.
UK Chili Queen don't show up for just
Chili
anybody.
Queen,
Travis.
I was going to
my
say,
God.
Chili Queen, not only doesn't she show up for just anybody, she's too busy to show up for anybody. And she popped in there, and I'm going, whoa.
Yeah, I mean,
My
he
heart grew at
1-on-1
3 sizes today.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. Royalty in the house. Royalty in the house.
Bella is everybody's hero, but then the UK Chili
Bella.
Queen shows up. I'm like, oh shit!
That's it.
It's like the
I mean-
episode of Mandalorian we keep not talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I thought that was awesome for a first stream reaction.
I can't believe it went for 2 hours. It went by pretty quick, but I was in pain for a lot of it. So
You had the number one. You had the top 4 of the top 5 chili heads in the world in that stream. The only one you didn't have was Dustin. The Atomic Menace.
I know I'm gonna message him and tell him call him an asshole.
You had 4 of the top 5 chili heads in the world in that stream.
Hey, good night, James. Chasing the Reapers off the bed. You have a very good one there, James.
You know, like, metal
But yeah,
maniac after if you took your medicine yet, Sty.
yes, I did. Yes,
Yeah,
and I did because he told me to earlier. Yeah, I took my meds. Crazy Ann will be proud of you for helping me out. That's
Well, hello, Teresa. Ah,
yeah.
I
I was really impressed with your stream, Travis. I know that was your first live stream, but holy shit, you had
Hey,
some
Shane,
heavyweights
welcome
out
back.
there.
Yeah, I
will
was.
head out. Catch y'all later.
See
You
you,
bet,
Red
Trav.
Water.
Hey, take care, buddy. Make sure to let me know on Tuesday when you hit town.
Yep, will do. Catch you later.
But yeah, that. And the thing is Travis, your challenge had everybody's attention, and then your panel and the way you handled your panel made people want to stick around. I mean, it was great. It was great. I loved it.
I just said
You don't have to. You don't have to. That's sometimes just being there is all it takes. Yeah.
We like watching you cramp up and dying for an hour.
Oh yeah,
most people do. They're there for the pain. They're there to watch Devin. They're not there to watch me.
That's my biggest mistake. Every time I start dying, the camera's off. You know, that's my biggest mistake in my channel.
Yeah.
But I had no cramps afterwards. It was just I just had a little bit of hot belly, no cramps after I was done cramping on the video, and then just
I was wondering if you had another bout, because you had said in the stream that I think I'm beyond it now. I
went past the duodenum and the jejunum.
Yeah.
So I was good to go. Granny, how are you doing today?
Doing good.
Doing good.
Yeah.
If I'm here, I'm doing good.
That's it. That's the way I see it too, Granny. Yeah.
What's up, Shane? So
I don't
I'm not
know
too
if
good at watching chat and videos.
I don't know if anybody at all even noticed tonight. Phil was in here and he never said anything, but
I noticed you weren't wearing your normal camouflage and everything. And I was like, hey, he's wearing something different.
You bet your butt. I tell you what, you know.
Is that the one that you won?
That's the one I won. It's a forest green. And the other one I've got is just like it, but it's black.
I like that.
And yeah, this damn thing. I love these hoodies, man. They're comfortable. They're warm. It's been cold in my apartment. I broke the landlord's rules and I had my windows open today while I was cleaning the house. Yeah, I brought the temp down to about 65 in here for a while, and it's finally back up there about 70 now. But so the hoodie was perfect for the day. But I got this hoodie 2 days ago. Let's see, 3 days ago. I got it 3 days ago, which was 7 days earlier than Teespring said I was going to get it. So
I know eventually I'm going to win one of those.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I won the damn thing.
I'm just going to have to quit giving super chats and just go and buy one, I guess.
Well, that's was the point I was almost at, where, let's see, I've done this a couple times now, and I paid for half of one in super chats. And if this happens 2 or 3, the fourth time, I would have bought one instead of super chatting. So,
yeah, I have a lot of channel t-shirts. I don't have one from Phil yet, but I got one from I got some from Heat 101. I got Main Event Pong. I got Hot Sauce Junkie Tim, but I'm just looking for different shirts, because eventually out of all the videos I do, I run out of different shirts to wear, and I hate repeating.
Yeah.
So I gotta I gotta look at my video and say, how long ago did I wear this shirt? Oh,
right.
Okay, I can wear it now. I'm good to go.
Right. Well, that's like a comedian. When's the last time I told that joke?
Yeah.
I don't want to have to say it to the same audience again.
But I did get my Christmas present from Heat in Your Heart, my beanie, which I love it, man. It's so nice and toasty. And they sent Devin they sent her a hot sauce holster. It's like a little strap with a chili pepper little purse thing that fits a hot sauce bottle in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
good
cool.
People.
Yeah. Hey, Kilder, if I didn't point you out earlier, man, sorry, Steve. Hey, love you, brother. Good to see you.
Kilder, how are you doing, man?
Dojo.
What's up, Dojo?
It's been a while, brother. Hey, Dojo. I was into the coffee mug thing. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. I got 8 of them. Well, averaging $12 to $16 a piece, man. It starts adding up, man. And And I started thinking, well, shit. Okay, I'm not going to do the coffee mug thing unless a person's design is really awesome, you know. Then I'll grab their mug. I'm going to go like you are there, Travis. I want to start getting T-shirts. The only problem is me with T-shirts. Out comes the frickin' scissors, man. The sleeves come off.
There ain't nothing wrong with that, man. As long as you're representing.
As long as I'm not, don't put shit on your sleeves because I cut them off. You know, that's put the emblem on the shirt. Don't put them on the sleeves. And I've seen a couple of T-shirts I just want, but they've got marketing on their sleeves that should show, and it's like I can't buy it because I know I'll cut the sleeves off to some bitch. I got more sleeveless shirts than Walmart. I mean, you could take their whole inventory.
More sleeveless shirts than Walmart in Alabama,
in Parksville, Arkansas.
Yeah, right. Well, no, I'm talking about common T-shirts, not wife beaters. No.
That was
Hey,
West
Sty,
Virginia
I'm
right
going
there.
to jump off of here, man. Great hanging out with you. It was awesome being here on a Sunday.
You betcha. I can't believe you were here so long on a Sunday.
No, it's cool, man. I love hanging out with you.
Love having
our
you here.
conversations always end up being pretty deep.
yeah, they do, don't they? They don't they?
I mean, all it is folks need to enjoy life, and
that's right. Our conversations get deep because Jimmy and I know how to swim.
Yeah.
Jimmy,
Keep your mouth shut. All right, you take care, Sty.
You take very good care of yourself, Jimmy.
Good night,
Bye bye.
I know we're supposed to have an after party tonight. But I guess Jimmy's gonna dip.
That's yeah. I won't be able to hang in a after party tonight because oh shit, I still got things I gotta do yet, man.
I ain't gotta do a damn thing. It is
You're
glorious.
Because what I got that I gotta do yet tonight, I emptied all my kitchen cupboard. I scrubbed my whole kitchen. I mean, right from the ceiling down to scrubbing the floor, scrubbed my stovetop, my oven, everything is spotless in it. You could do brain surgery in that kitchen. As soon as I put all that shit back in them cupboards, now that I washed all the cupboards out and everything, once I put all the crap back in those cupboards, you could probably do brain surgery in there. It's that sterile. But I've got all that crap that's got to go back in them cupboards tonight. I mean, I couldn't go in there and get a. I don't even think I can get in the fridge. I got shit on the floor in front of the fridge. So, yeah. So when I heard you talking on your stream about an after party after my stream, I thought, damn it, I got to get left out again.
Well, you don't have to. That's the
Oh
thing.
yeah.
It's about choices.
No. This time I do have to. I mean, well, okay. I don't have to if I'm willing to pay the penalty. You know. And I got, I only got a couple of days this week before this whole Christmas thing, and I just, oh lordy.
I'll be so glad when it's over with.
I totally forgot. I got to remember that. I don't have to make a note, but I got to remember to get a hold of Samantha and get her MP3s off of her new Christmas songs for my show on Christmas Day. Because
so how long is this stream going to be on Christmas?
It's 8 hours. It's from noon until 8 p.m. Last year it was from noon to 8 p.m., but it went over 12 hours.
Well, I will be around.
See, last year I did it intentionally for those folks that had nowhere to be. They didn't have family. They didn't, all they got is YouTube. That's their YouTube family. They got nowhere else to be, and nobody's coming to see them. So I thought, well, hell, what do I do on Christmas Day? I sit around with thumb up my tail. And last year, for the very first time, I didn't buy anybody nothing in my family for Christmas. I got a hold of every one of my children and my grandchildren, and I said, guess what you get for Christmas? You get me if you want to come and see me. That's what you get for Christmas. And they're all going, oh, you're getting cheap on us. Eh? I said, I ain't getting cheap. I had set aside $1,600 to help 4 families that weren't going to have Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all 4 of those families were working families, but they weren't able to make ends meet. But they're working. They're doing everything they can for themselves, but they knew they weren't going to be able to spring for their Christmas. And that every household had children. So I decided I'm going to kick out $400 a household for 4 households, working households that just can't make ends meet. And that went over like $1 million, man. Out of that $400, we were to leverage things. We got each household a Christmas tree with all of the decorations, lights, everything. We managed to get each household a full Christmas dinner, and they got to choose. What do they want? They want turkey. They want ham. We were able to leverage gifts for all the children and the adults in the household. One of the families, that poor guy, he's doing everything he could to job search and try to find work. And he was at the point where he's going to have to find work out of our region, out of our area. And he said, if I had access to a computer and the internet, he said, that would really help me. Well, so hi, Nick. so I went down and I talked to a local computer store down here.
Beanie Bros today. Sorry.
Yeah. I talked to that local computer store and they said, oh, we can help you out on that. And I said, well, there's only about $125 left out of that budget that we can spend on the parents. And they said, what do they need? And I said, they need a really good laptop is what they need. And I said, the biggest problem is internet access. Well, this company also provides local internet service. They called the people that do all the logistics to do this. They called them and said, you want to get a hold of Sty and tell them those folks are getting a brand new laptop and they're getting 1 full year of free internet access.
That's amazing, man.
And I called them up and I said, there's no way you can do that for $125. And they said, no, we can't. We're doing it for $25. They're taking that $100 and they're buying each of the kids. They're spending another $25 on each of their 4 kids for Christmas. What the hell? So the best part of it was my people, all my audience started kicking in. And I told them, don't kick in. I already invested the $1,600. It's already been paid. You don't have to. They covered half of it. I got $800 in support from my audience to help with that. So that left me $800 from last Christmas that didn't have to be spent on that. And it was out of a fund that the remaining dollars I had gotten from an inheritance, right? From a family member. And I had $800. That $800 because I spent the whole last of it all on that. So I got $800 again all of a sudden. So what I did was I supported 2 families this year. I paid out the $800 in advance. Boom. They just selected the 2 families. Everything's cool. The one's a single mother with 2 kids. The other family is a husband and wife team. They're both working. They're both front-end workers, but they're just not able to make ends meet. Their rent is high. It's high in our community. And they're meeting the bills. Life goes on. Everything is covered, but there's no extra. They have no extra. So they were asked what they're doing for Christmas, and they said, well, we went to the Dollar Tree and we bought a little fake Christmas tree, and we bought some lights to put up in the window, and we'll buy some cheap stuff from the Dollar Tree for the kids. And they said, no, don't do anything. They told them, whatever you got, do what you want with it, but don't do any more. Don't do it. Because somebody adopted your family, we're going to give you a Christmas. So all is cool. All is cool. I am 2 Christmases I'm happy with. But my family don't get nothing. My family, they got shit for the last 62 years. They ain't get nothing else. No. I'm done giving. I'm done giving to them. I'm going to give to people that don't have. If I had one of my children was in a hard way and they weren't going to have any kind of Christmas, oh yeah, I would have taken half of that and helped them. But no, my kids are all employed. They're all doing well. They're all, yeah. Get real. Get real. I saw to my children every Christmas through their whole lives. Now it's their turn to see to their children's Christmases their whole lives. It's, yeah, it, you know. But, you know, it is what it is. And I don't do nothing on Christmas. Usually, last year, Christmas Eve day, I went and spent over at Running Waters for a couple hours or so. And then him and his brother came here, and I gave them full Christmas dinner Christmas Eve. Then spent all day, 12, almost 13 hours with YouTube, with all my YouTube family. I didn't hear from the rest of my family. I was here with you, with YouTube, and that was one of the more rewarding Christmases I had last year, just hanging out. Yeah. It's fun. It's fun. And everybody was showing up. Everybody. It didn't matter if they had family. Holy cow. Dennis from Canoe Hunt Adventures, he messages me, can I come up on the panel? And I go, oh, sure. Here's the link. And then he messaged me again. He says, I've got the whole family sitting here. Well, then get up here. Him and his whole family are sitting there, and they're on camera, and they're all saying Merry Christmas to the whole audience. And it was awesome. And I've got fun little clips of Samantha singing and stuff. And this year I'll have some of Samantha's Christmas songs that'll play during intermissions and breaks and stuff. So, well, we're going to have a good time again. Going to have a good time. And people came and went. It was so cool. I had people pop in and say, hey, hi, Merry Christmas, everybody. They'd hang around for 15 minutes, then they'd disappear. 3 hours later, hey, hi, everybody, Merry Christmas. They're right back. Okay, cool. Come and go. Come and go.
I'm going to try to stop in.
Yeah, and it doesn't.
Well,
I tell
our family doesn't visit us anyways, like regardless of COVID, so...
Yeah.
I mean,
and this year, that's what I'm thinking too, is this year it might be even a little more important, is because of the COVID thing. There's going to be a lot of people bumming that they couldn't get together with their own families. And now they'll have some place to go, you know. Come and hang out with us, man. Everybody here cares for each other. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I will definitely be around.
Well, that'll be
watching
awesome.
Your cat in the background play with those bells.
Yeah,
that's what I was pointing at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Lizzie Ann. Hi, sweetie.
Yeah, but I actually decorated.
Hey, Sty.
Yes, sir.
I don't. I'm gonna go drink.
Oh,
I feel bad. I don't.
No. Don't. Were you here earlier when I drank? The first time I ever had a Fireball?
Oh, no, I was watching Pirates of the Caribbean #2 with my daughter.
Oh, cool.
So
I got this box.
Oh, that's the one you said that they gave you at the gas station, right?
Yeah, where I get my smokes.
Yeah.
And I've never had Fireball, so I thought, and I'm looking at it, cinnamon flavored whiskey, what the heck? So I opened one of them little ones tonight and was sampling it at the beginning of the stream. Oh, that's like drinking candy, man. So Christmas Day, I'm going to sit here and drink fireballs through the stream.
Well, you gotta get that Fireball eggnog. They got it. And you
I
just
got
mix
the,
it.
I got 2 quarts of Fireball
Me too.
eggnog. And
I'll get some Fireball because I don't have any with me right now, but I will get some for Christmas, and
There
I'll
you
come and
go.
I'll drink some with you.
so
I'm sure I'll have something.
everybody's chuckling and saying, "Boy, by the time you get to like 6 hours after there's 14 bottles left in that box." They said by the time you get to the end of your stream, it should be pretty interesting. Well, yeah, it won't be the first time you've seen a drunk Santa. I'm sure you've seen them before. And it's,
But
I don't
I'm
think
gonna
it's going to affect
head
me
out
that
here for
way.
a minute, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Phil stream,
Yeah,
maybe, if he does stream.
if Phil streams tomorrow, I'll definitely be around. You betcha.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good night. It's good seeing
You
everybody.
too. You
All right.
too. You take good care of yourself, Travis.
You too, brother.
You betcha.
I've got
The
a 4-foot long smokehouse sausage stick.
holy shit, 4 feet long, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that ain't no Slim Jim.
Yeah, well, tomorrow I'm going to get my truck,
Oh, you are?
and yeah, I'm going to buy it tomorrow.
Now
was
that
gonna
truck.
wait until next month and buy a Tacoma, but then I figured I'd
So-
just save my money and get an older truck.
So which truck is this? Is this the
This is
Ram?
the- yeah, this is the Ram.
Okay.
Yeah, it's undercoated. Like I said, the frame in the original motor had like 136,000 miles on it. And
Oh,
it's
that ain't-
manual. It's not an
that ain't-
automatic.
Yeah.
But it's still the same frame, obviously. But he put in a new motor out of a wrecked car, and it had 36,000 miles on it. That engine.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
gonna do that, and
Cool. You'll have some good, dependable wheels. Yep. You're
it's
gonna
a
love
wheel,
that shit, man. Car
It's a
camping
wheel.
now.
But I mean, once I get off my road, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, you get some good rubber on it. You get some good rubber on the back axle, especially, and you put some weight in the box. That's
I'm gonna
like
get
my
a truck cap, and then I'm gonna put sand back there.
yeah.
and-
You get a couple of those 60-pound sandbags, and you throw one up against the wheel well on each side, right over the axle, and it'll make a world of difference. Right now,
Well,
my
you said-
truck, it's got a stack of firewood right at the wheel wells, goes all the way across the wheel wells and on top of the wheel wells to the height of the box because I got the tonneau cover. And so if somebody were to,
four-wheel?
yeah, 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But I still want the weight on the rear axle because 99% of the time it's not in 4-wheel throughout the winter. I just, I got good tires on it too. It's,
Well, you know that bedroll I have, right? That big bedroll.
yep.
Car camping's a big thing on YouTube, and I wanted to try it. So that I'll have that in the back, and I'll car camp. I'll roll that out like a bed in the back with the cover on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why not? Why not? See, my truck, it's only a 5.5-foot box. But people don't realize you drop the tailgate on it, that's another 2 feet. So it's 7.5 feet out to the end of the tailgate. Well, I've got that truck box tent that I bought that's custom made for a 5.5-foot box. And I set that sucker up. I lay down in that thing with an air mattress in there. My feet don't touch the end of the tent down
Well,
there
I've
by the
actually,
tailgate. And
I've been
it's
reached by a couple of like the tents like you have, like the companies like that, and they make canvas ones. They've reached out to me, but I didn't have a truck then.
Oh, wow.
Next time, maybe I'll.
Yeah. Oh, if one of them offers you one, I'd nab it up. I love mine. It takes me about 10 minutes to set it up. And it's all set up. That's with the rain fly on it, everything. And it is so comfortable when I'm truck camping. And heck, I use a CPAP machine. So I just throw a deep cycle battery in the box of the truck and I hook my CPAP up and I'm sleeping in the tent. And the The only uncomfortable part of it is when you got to pee in the middle of the night and you forget that you got to come down off of that tailgate. And you crawl out the back, and the next thing you know, it's 3 feet to the ground, and you hit the ground kind of hard. Yeah,
That's
you
the
could
one
be.
thing that sucks about hot tent camping is, because I have my bedroll, and it's always winter usually when I'm doing it. There's
Right.
tons of snow. You'll be warm. You go outside, and you're just instantly froze again. You got to warm back up.
You got to warm right back up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dutch Prepper, great to see you.
And I got to learn manual too. I'm sure it won't be that hard.
Yeah, you know what you do is
And we've got a hill
You're-
here I could practice stopping on.
you get a little bit used to it, and get yourself on some back gravel road somewhere where there isn't traffic, and just practice upshifting and downshifting, upshifting and downshifting. Don't worry about anybody around you, and it won't take. My ex-wife, I had a little Chevy Love pickup, and it had just had a 4-speed on the floor. She'd never driven stick in her life, and she goes, I want my driver's license. She didn't have her license. And I said, well, all we got's a little pickup. And she goes, I can't drive stick. I said, oh, yeah, you will. I took her out to a spot where I wanted to go fishing, and it was just a gravel road out there. I told her, I said, you get on this gravel road and you can go 4 miles that direction. You turn around, come back 4 miles, and you just keep doing that. Just keep doing that. Do it for at least a couple hours while I fish. Because I didn't want to be in the vehicle with her while she was learning. Because I knew she'd be yelling and screaming and blame me, and that she can't do it. It was funny watching her take off. And then you hear, no, push the clutch in, girl. And then I thought, don't listen, just go fishing. And she was out for about a good 2 hours. I come up from the lake, and I got my fishing gear, my tackle box, and throw it in the back of the truck, and I go around the driver's door. She goes, no, you're riding, I'm driving. I said, oh boy, okay. In that 2 hours, she drove that stick without
I can
any.
still hear you. Hold up.
Yeah, she drove that stick without any issues. She did so good, learned so fast. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see you, Dutch Prepper. Great to see you. I can't believe we're still going. We're over 3 hours. I'll probably wrap it up at the 3.5 hour mark. And part of it is because this boy's old. If anybody finds a spare ass laying around, can I borrow it? I mean, my tailbone hurts so bad. What's that?
My gaming chair finally broke on me.
Yeah.
It's been on a hinge. It was tilted, and it finally, the other day, I was talking to my friend on here, and all I heard was, oh, and then, like, smashing. And he looked, because I turned my camera on, I was just on the ground laying back. But this is what I'm using now. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
It's so hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate it.
Looks like a lunch room chair or a conference room chair. Yeah, one of those where you have an employee sit in it. You don't want it to be comfortable because you don't want them to hang around too long.
It's not as bad as one of those foldable fire hole chairs they use. Those
right.
that fold. Oh my gosh.
Hey JCT, great to see you, girl.
I got my office chair from 15 years ago, and it's still comfortable.
Me too. I wish the hell I could get my hands on my executive chair from the one tribe I work for.
Yeah.
And I talked to their financial manager up there, and he goes, do you know where they ever got that office chair from your old office there that I'm in? I said, describe it. And he described it, and I go, that's my old chair. He goes, oh, you got to be kidding. That's over 15 years ago. I said, yeah. I said, That wasn't a cheap chair. That chair cost close to $500 when I bought it.
Yep.
And he says, "Oh, the thing's like it's still new." He says it don't squeak, it don't, nothing's loose on it. He says that is. I said, "Yeah." I said, "Guess what? That's real leather too." That's why because the way he put it was the naga hide's not even cracked, and I'm laughing to myself. That ain't no naga hide, buddy. That's real leather. It ain't gonna crack. The
Well, hopefully by tomorrow night you'll hear me saying that I can drive stick.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you get out there and practice,
It's
buddy.
nice, there's no payments. I'll be able to pay it outright. And
That's good. That is so good.
because I don't like payments.
Definitely practice on the hills.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all dirt roads here. It's all Amish. So like it's all ice right now. So I'll wait a couple days before I can actually practice on these.
So you got good traction, yeah.
Yeah, this is all dirt roads, and then it goes to a main road down here. There's a big hill, so I could stop on that hill. And there's enough where it flattens out and rolls like
Sure.
100 foot before it gets to the other road. So
That's and that's it is pull up to the hill, bring yourself to a stop, be at an incline, and practice pulling out when your vehicles is on an uphill incline.
Yep.
Downhill's never an issue with a stick because the gravity is going to help you out so much. But pointing uphill and you trying to pull out into traffic sometimes can be a bummer if you're not used to
You're on an incline like that.
Yeah, really steep incline.
That's all it is around here. It's all inclines like that.
Well, you master that, you got it.
That's right. Yeah.
And they say that truck it grabs really high too. So but I was doing tons of research on it, and they said the main problem with that truck was the automatic transmission, but this is the manual.
Yeah, you won't have any issues.
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is you're not going to hurt that manual. I mean,
a new clutch too. He put a brand new clutch in.
Oh, he did. Oh, that's sweet. That is sweet. Because I was going to say, the only thing that'll go wrong with your stick, unless somebody truly abused that transmission, the only thing that's going to go wrong with it are things that are easy fixes, where even if you take it to the local garage, it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg to get something taken care of.
Yeah. And the guy
with an automatic, it's ching 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 unless you do it yourself.
The guy that I'm getting it off, pretty much, he knows the whole truck, and he is good with cars and stuff. He said anytime something's wrong, he said if I burn the clutch out, just buy the clutch again and give it to him. Just put it in for me quick.
Oh, jeez. Well, you can't beat that there. That's like having
to stress about
That's like having a transmission warranty, for crying out loud. You can't pass that up.
And he put a cherry bomb on it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a video on it, but and there's also, it's not like the paint on the outside. He put like racing stripes on it, black stripes. It's like a gray truck. It's got black stripes down the side.
Sure.
And then the underside's good. I know where the bed sits. It's a little rusty, but Dad's a welder, so
yeah.
I mean,
You don't. Yeah, you're not gonna go wrong there. I just like the idea that now when you want to go out on the road, go camping somewhere with a pickup truck, it's so much easier.
Well, that's the takeoff I've been waiting for, was being able to, go places.
And I want you to get.
It's a bad time of year for it, but
I want you to get all kinds of practice in before next summer. I want you to come up, spend at least a week with me in the campground, man.
I'm sure I'll have the big Shackleton tent, they call it. It's like $4,000, right? Because you've seen my prairie tent I have. That's a small tent from that company.
Right.
But I want to see if, like, by then I'm able to get one. It's pretty much one of those, like, house tents that you set up. You put the post, but it has posts that you set so you don't got to dig in the ground. and
Right.
it's like a full house. So
Yeah. And how many feet did you say that is?
well, I mean, you've seen mine. That's a 12 by 12, right?
Right. Right.
And I want to get it right. I could find it in seconds here. I just know it's huge, and it's got the floor too. So you don't gotta have the grass.
Right.
Um,
Well, that's like my Cabela's outfitter. That big bastard boy. That was a big tent. And you know, 6 pods would attach to it for sleeping quarters, and that big old tent was a couple of grand just for the tent. And then the pods were $325 a piece. So by the time you got the whole thing set up, it was, yeah, you're talking 3,500 to $4,000. But that had the full heavy floor in it and had 2 smoke holes in it. I mean, it was a sweet tent, heavy, but then a tent like
that's
that,
like mine. Yeah.
a tent like that is not meant. It's meant to be a base camp tent. It's not meant to be a backpacking tent. Or, you know, I'm going to throw it up, take it down tomorrow, throw it up the next day. No, that's not the kind of tent it is. It's I'm going to throw it up and spend a week. You know.
You call for that tent I'm talking about. It's actually the Bush tent. I got it mixed up with the other one. It's the same company as the one I have now, but you call and tell him what size you want it to be.
Oh,
And he
okay.
just makes it. So
I was thinking about my campsite there and the space I got in there. And there's a spot there that something 12 by 16 would fit in it perfect. And that's big. I mean, 12 by 16. If it's a rectangular tent, that's really big. But you could easily put a 16-foot round tent in that spot.
wow. Well, yeah,
So
that 12 by 12. Now that I'm thinking of it, like probably best off just having the 12 by 12 because
it's a lot of space.
That is withheld blizzards. Like
yeah,
he told me to do it. He said, whenever there's snow or it's raining, put it out in the middle of your field because it's not really a yard here; it's a field.
Right.
And I let it sit there for 2 weeks, and through snow, rain,
Yep.
strong winds, and I check on it. And there was nothing wrong with it when it was done. At first, there was a pool of water inside where, you know, all the sewing had to poof up.
Right.
But
my Cabela's.
I've had 8 of my friends in that tent with full sleeping bags. 8.
Yeah, yeah.
And with my stove in the center or on the side, at least 4 with full laying space.
Yeah, see, my Cabela's was 12 by 14. And with the sleeping pods, the 6 sleeping pods attached to it, the whole 12 by 14 was just open space. So you had your stove sitting in the center, and we actually put a picnic table in it because you sat around the picnic table and you cooked on the stove. And when you went to bed, you went in your pods, you know. But that damn thing, I had the heaviest snowfall I had on top of it. Standing snow. I could not believe it. I had 18 inches deep of snow on the roof of that damn thing, and it didn't damage the tent.
See, it would hold. Well, since it's such on an angle,
right?
You know, you get a little. If the heat wasn't going in it, you'd still, you know, even canvas
right.
or not, there's a coat of rain, and then it would hold on about that much because it's on such an angle.
Sure.
As soon as you get that stove going, an hour in, you'll hear dripping, and it's all off.
Yep.
All of it. So, the only problem I've ever had with that tent was it caught so much wind that it pulled the stakes out of the ground.
Yeah, I remember that. That the wind was so strong it was pulling the stakes out of the ground.
It pulls them out of the ground. When you're lifting, you know how it has like the scissor system to lift the roof.
Yep.
Well, you get the one leg grounded, you go on the other side, I put all my force into that before, and I was like, oh no, it's going to rip. I put all my force into it, hard as I could. It pulled the stake out of the ground, and the stake's on an angle towards the tent.
Right.
Pulled that right out of the ground before
See,
anything happened.
that's one thing I purchased a couple months ago for next year. I purchased these they're 16-inch pole barn spikes,
Mm.
and they're for spiking logs together. I mean, these things are huge. They're long, but they're not that big around. But you drive that sucker in as a stake, that'll rip your tent before it pulls that stake out of the ground. And the nice thing about it is if you're using like a 3-pound sledgehammer, hand sledge, if it's rocky, man, them spikes go right through and they push the rocks out of the way, and they're great. The only problem is they're bare steel, so they do rust up, you know. So I took mine and I put a good coat of oil on all of them, so they don't rust up on me, because they do get really rusty. So you got to keep them oiled every time you use them. You should throw a little oil on them. But yeah, a good strong tent will yank the stakes. I had that happen with my screen house out at Birch Grove last year. Damn winds come through about 60 miles an hour, and I had the door open on my screen house. Big mistake. That wind went right through that front door, blew that screen house out like a big balloon, and pulled all the stakes right out of the ground. Didn't hurt the screen house at all, but the stakes around the base of the screen house held, but every tie out stake, pull them all out. I'm just like, holy shit, them stakes are a foot long and at an angle, and it yanked them right out of the ground. Big holes in the ground where the stakes were.
I'm just glad how much I upgraded. Like, if I was to put any of my other, well, I mean, I've got a North Face tent that I got. I don't think that would rip with wind.
Right.
But, I've got some smaller tents, and, I don't feel safe in it. This thing, I feel safe in it. If something happened here and I was to take one item out of my room, I would take that, because
grab that. Yeah.
it is, that's going to last me probably until I die. Like, that's going to be around for so long.
Yeah.
And
You take good care. You
Yeah.
you take good care of it, and it'll last you forever. Yeah.
It was nice, though. Like, whenever I get it, well, I don't know why, but I love doing it because it's just funny. When I did my, the 4-part series where I went on a road trip.
Yep.
When we got to the Game Commission campgrounds, we got to our spot. We're surrounded by campers, RVs, tents, and everyone's just looking. Like, after I got there, because I was holding this big bag, I was holding it up like this. It's this big, the tent bag.
Yeah.
And I dropped it on the ground, and there was this old guy. He was sitting in his RV on his steps, and he was just watching me. And I set it up. And once I had it set up...
why haven't I got no sound again? I'm on a new phone and I've got no sound. Be back in a minute.
Okay.
No, but once I'd have the tent set up, I tie it, because there's the 2 ties on the side to hold to the poles.
Right.
And I just full send punches right into the tent all the way around. I just kick it, punch it, and it's like nothing happened to it. And that's how I know that it's sturdy enough. Like,
right.
People are watching me, are like, what is this kid doing? Like,
yep.
I look over and there's this, these guys just looking at me like, that's a tent,
Well, that's okay. That's just like over at Canoe Hound Adventures. He had a panel about hot and cold tenting it in the winter. Then he had a panel about winter hammock camping. And I'm sitting there, I kept my mouth shut. I didn't go anywhere with it. But I thought, hey, the last time that I winter camped where a hammock was involved was in my Cabela's Outfitters tent. That sucker was 14 feet long. And it had 2 poles. It had 2 points with these heavy, big ass aluminum poles in there. Well, that tent was heavy, and you get it all set up, and then you put all the tie downs, all the outside tie outs down, and you got it all staked in place and everything cinched. And those tie downs, you grab that line and you pull and as hard as you can, and you cinch that tent up just tight. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, I bet I can. Sure enough, I went in there and I hung a hammock between those two poles that are designed to hold the roof up. That's all they're designed to do. I hung the hammock across that and I tested it, and those poles didn't bend at all, and the tops didn't come together. It's because the tent was so well staked down, it's going to keep its shape, period. I laid in there and started jumping. I'm going, son of a bitch. Fired up the stove that night, and I slept in that hammock inside my hot tent. It was just cool. I was just like, fuck, I can sleep in a hammock, winter camp in a hammock. And then I found out about all these underquilts and shit. And these guys are hanging themselves out in the open air with their hammocks. I'm going, no, I like the idea of hanging it in the hot tent.
Well, I've, like, the reason, I don't do many, like, campouts in the winter other than when I have my, my nice hot tents is because I've already done that. I've hammock camped twice with a down covered hammock, and this was under pine trees, and I was still freezing. Did that twice, and I've camped in multiple tents in the winter. Like I just did the last one. It was insulated, so there was no wind hit it, but still, even in that, it was it was decently cold. So I've done it all. I'm gonna stick to my hot tent with my wood stove. You can cook inside the tent. You don't got to make a campfire. You can cook on it, and it barely takes any wood when you actually process the wood.
So. Well, and that's it. Is once you learn all the tricks that make things work good and easy, then life in a hot tent out there is really comfortable until you step outside. That's I love my hot tent.
Only thing I wish I had my setup now, which I'm getting soon, is I wish I had some sort of like defense or something I could go and get something to cook. And Henry finally got back with me. I was talking about around my birthday. They were I was talking with Henry. He just messaged me a couple weeks ago and said the order's in. The shipment got in. So that long, it's just been that delayed with guns.
Right.
No, but pretty much the AR-7, it folds that stock.
Yep.
My bag, I've got a free space on the one side where I don't hold an Nalgene. I can slip that in, and then once I get my base camp, put it together.
Well, you've seen my day pack that I use. It's kind of like a rump sack, but it's big. It's
Is
bigger.
It the one you got at the yard sale, or?
No. This is the one I use on most of my hikes. In some of my videos, you can see me wearing it. It's a harness affair with a bag that rides from your lower back down to your hips. But it's not that big. But my AR-7 fits right on the top of that pack inside. I put all the gear I want in there, and then I've dropped that AR on top of it, and it fits just fine. There he is.
Wild Dojo appears.
Still not getting any sound. I don't know what's
You're not
going
getting
on.
any sound?
Let me have sound.
Oh.
Come on, he's got to be able to lip read. What?
Huh. Wonder why.
Hello, Dojo.
That's a bummer. Why wouldn't he get sound? Usually we're saying we can't hear you, you're muted. Now he's like, I can't hear you. We hear him just fine.
Whenever I come up, whenever we camp, I'll let you use my bedroll for a night. That bedroll I have. By then I'll probably have 2 sets. I'll make the whole site for you, put up my tents and the gear I use, and then you could try it out. Because it's honestly like sleeping in a house. It's better. I sleep better.
I watched your video. Bedroom. That's that inflatable thing?
No, my bedroll I've showed, that big orange thing.
Oh yeah.
that's from the same company of my tent, the canvas.
Oh
one.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm so glad I bought that thing because I've got
She
a
saw.
I've got a queen wool blanket in it. I've got a sheet set in it. I've got a pillow, and there's a mattress that comes with it that's in there. And it rolls right up. It's waterproof. And if all comes worse, if the tent rips or something happens to it, a tree crushes it, and you're somehow alive, the bedroll, you can use it as a tent. You don't even have to have a tent. So
right, you get it in or out. Yeah, yeah. You know the and the thing is a lot of people say to me, "Oh, well, Sty, you can't use things like that because of your CPAP machine." They don't realize I just bring the CPAP in the tent with me, and I have the inverter and the battery sitting outside, and all I have is a wire that goes out, and you zip it shut, and the wire's right where the zipper ends, going out, and I run my CPAP while I'm in the tent.
well,
I don't not tent camp. Yeah, I could. I have ways to bring power in for my CPAP machine. You're damn right.
Whenever I come up or whatever, I've got those, like the really good power bricks you charge, and they got the plugins on them, so I can bring that just in case for anything. But
Oh well, I've got my trailer. My trailer's full of deep cycle batteries. I can go 16 days without needing any kind of recharge, and that's running my CPAP 8 hours a night, 7 days a week, and me using my laptop, watching movies, rendering videos, all that shit for hours a day. I run lights off of it. Yeah, and out there I'll have a generator also. So
yeah, didn't you say they'd hook you up with gas and everything?
Yeah. The Forest Service is going to set me up quite well. I'm a little excited because I've got, let's see, we got another 10 days this month and then 2 weeks. So about 25 days from now, then I'll be talking to them to do all the final paperwork and everything for my hosting job. So
that's such a great thing going there. It is just, oh man.
I am so looking forward to it.
That's something I'd like to do as a job, like something like that. Like I know you can't do that as like a full-time job, but
see, the thing is
I want to be a game commissioner.
There you go. There he's trying it again.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You can hear us. Oh my God.
We were calling you the worst names ever, and you couldn't even tell.
I couldn't hear a thing. I was like, why can't I hear nothing?
Whoa. How you been there, brother?
All right. I haven't been on because I've not had a phone.
So is this a new phone?
Yeah, I bought this Friday.
Oh, yeah.
I dropped my other one down the manhole.
Yeah, I really need to get a decent phone. I mean, mine is the cheapest old smartphone out there. It's so smart, it's stupid.
It's well, this is the first new phone in 8 years.
Yeah. See, I'm that way. I'm terrible about upgrading stuff,
Well, I had like a I think it cost me like $50 when I got my other phone. And honestly, it's still right now, if I wanted to use that instead, I could get it right now and it still work.
Yeah.
And
well, I've still got my first phone for when I was 16, the old, and it still works.
But I was on a camping trip and I was like, I need a new phone. So I went to a Walmart like 4 hours from where I'm at now. And I got one. But that thing, honestly, I like it better than this phone I got.
Look at that ancient bugger. Yeah.
As long as it does what you want it to do.
That's when I upgraded from a flip phone. was to this, and this doesn't have anything on it. The flip phone didn't have nothing. This thing is nothing. I mean, it doesn't do shit. Takes calls and texts. That's it. But then when I finally upgraded, yeah, I only paid $45 for the phone I'm using, and I bought it 4 years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago. And
same with me,
yeah,
Daddy. I said to
hey,
him, "What do you
Roman."
want?" He said to me, "What do you want for Christmas?" And he went to me, "I want a new phone, but I don't want one of your phones. I just want a bug standard phone."
That's I seen an old guy arguing with this kid in electronics at Walmart a couple weeks ago. That old guy just arguing with that kid, and that kid's trying to tell him, you got to go buy a jitterbug or something, because we don't sell any phones that are just phones. That old guy, I just want a damn phone that I can make calls and receive calls. I don't give a shit about anything else, he says, and I don't want no phone.
Lowest I seen was a flip phone, and it had like email and stuff like that on it.
Yep.
Other than that, like,
and you can get the jitterbugs with the big numbers on them, and all they do is make phone calls, and you can I think you can text on them, and that's it. That's all.
That's what.
And they're made for old farts. They're made for old farts.
That's what my dad wanted. One of them with a big number. He said, "I want to see the numbers." He said, "I'm getting old. Right. I'm 76 for crying out loud."
That's right. That's right. Oh my God, I couldn't anymore. But back when I was working as an executive, I didn't go anywhere without my BlackBerry, And that tiny little keypad on that BlackBerry, I had no problem using the BlackBerry, And then when I got done with my career and started doing other types of work, I said, I don't need that damn thing anymore. I get rid of that,
I used to love my BlackBerry.
And actually, I should have hung on to the BlackBerry till they upgraded cell phones that do everything a BlackBerry did, and because then I wouldn't be looking at these new phones as, oh, what the hell do you do next? BlackBerries, God, those suckers were expensive back then too.
It's like my daddy were talking about something else. He's got a video camera. The one that take the little tapes.
I believe I still have the camera, and I got a big bin full of recorded microtapes that you stick into a VCR cartridge.
Yeah, because cartridge and put it in. Yeah,
and then you put it in your VCR to watch it. I've got a bunch of those.
And my dad's still using it. I said to my dad, "Do you want me to get you a modern one?" He went, "Yeah, go on."
That's about this big.
Yeah, a little tiny one. I got him one. He rung me up about 3 weeks after I got him. He said, "This camera, do you want it?" And I went, "What camera?" He said, "The one you bought me." I went, "Why?" He said, "I can get on better with my old one."
Right. Hey, good night, JCT. Yeah, all those little tapes I got, there's some great footage on some of those. I mean, and I told my kid, I said, I got the tapes and I've got the cartridge for the VCR. I just don't have a VCR. No way for me to transfer it onto disc.
Oh, I bought me dad one where it's got the tape and the CD and you can transfer it to.
Right. My kid's got, he says, we'll just make sure we'll get you a VCR with an output. And he says, I got the equipment so that you could you run that tape in that VCR and record it right out to your computer, burn it onto a DVD. Yeah. And I'm going, yeah, because them damn tapes don't last forever. I mean,
no, they don't, do they?
No. So I want to get all that footage off of them damn things. And
that's what I did for me dad. I transferred it all over on my computer, put them on disk, mate. Did the quality better because you can change the quality on the computer and made it fancy. And
right. Yep. In fact, I took footage off of some of those tapes, and I had made, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was kind of like Windows Movie Maker. It was like that, and I had made these videos of like my oldest daughter's, I think it was her 5th birthday or something, and the background music was "I'll Cry If I Want To," you know, because she was a whiny baby. And she got so mad at me. I did this whole video of her at her birthday party, and she's just bawling, and I'm filming her with that camera that had the little tapes, you know. And she's like, "Get out of here, get away from it." So I made a video about it, and I thought that was pretty cool. But I know damn well if I watched it now, I'd say, "Look at that crappy quality." You know? I thought that was really something, you know. Hey, neighbor girl, snuck in. Grandma is 81 and doesn't understand texting at all. She has dementia, though. She doesn't want a cell phone. Yeah, right. For some folks, yeah, not time to learn something new. Apple destroyed BlackBerry. They're still around. They do cyber security stuff now. Oh, wow, cool. I didn't know that, Roman. That's kind of cool information.
I got an old server out in my building somewhere that's got a full program of BlackBerry on it. It's a server for BlackBerry. We had it set up in our office.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I can't imagine.
When I had a BlackBerry, it was all BBM. You chat to people on BBM.
I know we still have my dad's BlackBerry.
I'll
We've got
never
a whole drawer of them.
I'll never forget when I bought my first bag phone, and I told the ex-wife, "Don't ever call me on that damn phone. Don't ever call. If it's not life or death, don't call me on that damn phone." And sure enough, that phone was for work, and I might get one phone call a day that lasts less than a minute. That's it, and that's what it was meant for. But oh no, she's calling me every 20 minutes. She's pick this up at the store. Buy, you wouldn't believe what the kids did. And I kept telling her, "Quit calling me on this bag phone, damn it." "Well, you're nowhere near a phone." And I told her, I said, "I told you, call the bag phone if there's a life or death emergency." "Well, fine." And she called me again anyway. And then it got to where she let the kids have that number. So the kids are calling me on the bag phone.
Oh, God.
Well, the second month that I owned that bag phone and I got my phone bill was $487.
Wow.
And I looked at that bill. I made 5 phone calls on that phone.
And back when those came out, that was a lot of money.
No shit. I told her, I said, our house rent was $450. We spent more on talking on the phone than we do for the whole house. Oh, Roman, man. Hey, Roman. Oh, Roman. You're a character, buddy. You are a character. That is so cool. Yeah. That is so cool. You take the words right out of my mouth, brother. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, that killed her. Oh my dollars. But those bag phones, I mean, they were a curse. They were a curse, man. I think I used that bag phone for 4 months, and I decided it's worth it. And I argued for another 4 months to get them to let me out of my contract, because I told them, I said, "There's just no freaking way. You let me out of the contract, and everything's paid, and we're done and over with. But you make me stay on this contract. I'm going to let them keep calling me, and I'm just not going to pay the fucking bill. Then they let me out of the contract. Ooh, oh yeah. Okay, he just threatened to never pay a bill to us again. So yeah, let's drop his contract. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was a buddy of mine too that he travels abroad. He's all over the world. And he goes to places where there's no such thing as cell service. There's no such thing as a landline. And he uses satellite phone. And he's one where he'll call me and he'll say, 2 minutes, just shut up and listen. And he'll tell me a few things. He'll say, I'll text you as soon as I get near someplace with the internet. Bye. Click. Because that damn satellite phone, some of the locations he's been in, it's been as high as $12.50 a minute.
Wow. Is that what OnStar is? Is that satellite phone or
no
vehicles?
OnStar I don't know enough about, but it's satellite driven, but they don't charge like they do for these sat phones. The sat phones, I don't know. There's something special about the damn things. You got to buy this annual license to use it. Then you got to pay these huge amounts per minute, depending on where in the world you're at. With a low credit score carries much responsibility. That's cool, Roman. Yeah, I like that. I had a 2-year contract with Verizon, and that was an expensive mistake. I'll never deal with them again. That's why, God, knock on wood, I'll have Starlink in camp next summer because I do not want to go with Verizon. They want me to enter a contract for their hotspot. They have a dedicated hotspot. Well, the download speeds are fairly good. The upload speeds really suck. So doing live streams from camp aren't going to go so well. But with Starlink, the upload speeds are just they're actually better than what I got here with Spectrum. So, and at this point, Starlink is saying, nah, we're not going to go with contracts. It's going to be month to month. You can opt out anytime you want, but you're spending $500 on their equipment. And I thought, well, yeah, you can opt out, but you still spent $500 on that equipment. Well, they're saying now that they'll actually reimburse you $250 of that $500 if you send the equipment back to them. So that's cool, because what they want to do is it'll be refurbed aftermarket equipment at a lower price if you want to use that or accept new. I like that. That's cool. Yeah, I think Starlink's really trying to pad everything to that is income reasonable for them, but they know we'll like. They're really going down that road. So don't do anything with Verizon ever. My phone is track phone, and I didn't know it. Track phone's owned by Verizon, but track phone is no contract. It's you just pay monthly, and if you want to give it up, you just quit paying.
That's what this is. To pay monthly. If I don't have any money to pay, I don't pay it.
Right, that's it.
My phone now. This is the new one I got. I have it on that Straight Talk Walmart has.
Right.
It's that card.
Yeah,
I haven't had it on for 3 months. I would have used it twice in 3 months, and that would have been $180. So I just never had it on for 3 months.
What?
What?
What? Why would it cost you $180?
Well, that's what it costs for the 3 months. The 65 a card.
Oh, going with the $65 plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got the 35, 45, 65. Yeah. Yeah. Or and you
There's
can
a
get
55
add-ons.
too.
Yeah, the 55. You can get the add-ons. I'll buy some extra data. Yeah. You got to watch that Straight Talk. If all you want is a phone to get calls and texts, get the $35 plan. It's cheap, and it does everything you need. I've watched, I watch YouTube videos on my phone because if one of you guys pops something up that really looks good, and I'm not at the house, I'm going to watch it on my phone.
Well, since I haven't had a vehicle,
I'm not going to try to stream out with that sucker. No, not my phone. Yeah,
So I
you'd
haven't had
hear
a
about
vehicle, I
every
can
other
shut up.
word, and I might be unfrozen once in an hour-long stream. Yeah. Yeah, Roman. That's what I was told too. Is that Verizon's good if you've had a package locked in with them for a long time, and you buy your own phone. You don't go through their rental program or their buy on time programs, because they're selling you a phone way over market rate over a long period of time.
It
So
do, because I did it years ago. I looked at the price of buying the phone right out years ago. It was like 600 quid. I
yeah,
thought, oh, I'll go on contract, not thinking. Then when I worked out over the 18 months what I was paying, I thought, hold on, why am I paying nearly 900 quid for a phone?
right. You bought that phone 1.5 times. Yeah, son of a bitch. I wish I would have caught that before I made my decision.
When you're thinking, you go, oh, yeah, that's cheap, £36 a month, and I get all this. Then when I worked it out, I thought, I'm paying a lot more for this phone than what it is to buy it outright.
Right.
Yeah, I think this phone, it was like 800 originally, and thank God I already had the Straight Talk plan because it was 400 off if you use Straight Talk on the phone, and it was locked to Straight Talk. So I was like, hey, I already have Straight Talk, so I saved a ton of money on this phone.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm not going to spend a ton like the $1,000 phones or $600 phones.
Now I know a couple of people that have bought phones from Straight Talk that are refurbished phones, and they get them dirt cheap. I mean, God, they're getting a $600, $700, $800 phone, and they're getting it for $150 because it's a refurb. And they only take 1 month of the plan, and then they jump on with a different carrier because the SIM card is accepted by a different carrier. They're using Verizon to buy an expensive phone, and then they're jumping to a different carrier. I think that's hilarious. I see them doing that shit at Walmart all the time. People doing that.
You should do it a lot here, but the phone companies are trying. Are getting wise to it now.
Getting wise. Well, wait a minute. You were here 6 months ago. Why are you coming back? What's up? What did we do that made you want to come back here? They ask them questions now. Why are you coming back? You were here and then you left, and now you're coming back in such a short period of time. What's up? What are you doing? Well, I'm surprised that, like HBO, all through the whole process of Game of Thrones, I was amazed that HBO would let me sit there and just watch until the very last episode of that season aired. And then I would give it 2 weeks. Then I'd subscribe to HBO for they give you that 7-day free trial. And I'd subscribe, and I got 7 days free, and I'd binge watch every episode of Game of Thrones for that season, and then I'd opt out. No, I didn't like it. Sorry. I got to watch Game of Thrones free every frickin' year.
That reminds me, real
And-
quick.
And they never caught on. That's how bitch was here last year for the free trial, because the way they do it is it's like they've got a clock built in their system or something. If you've been away from their channel for 11 months or more, then you're considered a new customer. So I was a new customer for 8 seasons. What the hell? And the new customer gets 7 days free viewing,
Yeah, I do that quite a lot.
Well, I was saying
I
last night
shouldn't be
about
saying that,
Alone.
because if they're listening, we're screwed.
Last night I was saying how I didn't see Alone. I never watched Alone, that TV show. Well,
Yeah.
There was another one I wanted to watch that was more realistic, but
Yeah.
last night I was saying that, and someone gave a super chat, and they said, here's for a month of Netflix.
I did that with Netflix.
So
I got this free trial on Netflix just to watch Cobra Kai.
they said,
Oh,
what if you do it
Running
on Live
Water.
Here?
Running Water, I sat and talked to that shithead for 9 hours yesterday. We were on here private chat for 9 hours. And he goes, we started talking about different movies. And he goes, and this new one out with Russell Crowe, Unhinged. Oh, freaked me out. But so I'm telling him, you got to watch Unhinged, man. You got to watch it. He goes, well, where do I find that? I said, it's on Amazon Prime. You can buy the son of a bitch or rent it. And he goes, oh, okay, yeah, I'll have to watch. And he goes, by the way, have you seen this? And I go, no. He goes, have you seen this? No. And I go, all these movies you're mentioning, where the hell are you finding those? He says, oh, they're on Netflix. And I go, oh, shit, I canceled them about a year ago. And he goes, you haven't had Netflix for the last year? I said, no, I ain't paying them $14 a month to watch maybe 1 or 2 movies. No, I ain't doing it. And he goes, why aren't you on my account? And I go, I didn't know you had an account. He goes, Jesus. He says, it's me, my ex-girlfriend. You can jump on there. He says, all you got to have is the password to get in there. Set my account up as the default for Netflix. And I go, well, now you frickin' tell me after I've been without it for a year. And he goes, yeah, I pay for Netflix. I said, well, that's cool. I'll get Netflix for free. And he goes, well, I was kind of like thinking each of us kick in $5 a piece or something. I said, you shouldn't be thinking. No, should not be thinking, because I ain't paying $5 for Netflix.
Well, I pay $20 a month for the music that plays through all these speakers. And last Christmas, I got pretty much everyone in here one of the Alexas, and I pay for that, and I think it does like 12 accounts. It doesn't matter where they are, as long as it's a person that has the account.
Right.
12 different people can go off of that.
That's it. Yeah, Roman. Well,
I'm gonna have to get off, Sty. I don't want.
Well, I'm gonna have to shut down, guys. I gotta shut down, guys. It's 4 hours plus we've been doing this. It's after 11 o'clock here. I have not eaten yet today. I did drink some Fireball tonight, but I didn't eat. So that Fireball's got me all set for Christmas Day. So hey, I'm hoping to see everybody on Christmas Day. Just at least stop in and say hi.
Junk and me will be there.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
The only time I drink is Christmas Day.
I may go buy me some Fireball and have a drink with you.
Awesome. That'd be so cool.
I'll probably have something too, because of Christmas.
There you go. Hey, if you go to a local liquor store, most of them got those little bins with the small sample bottles in them, and you can get a small sample bottle of Fireball That's yeah.
Well,
They
I
cost.
can't buy 'em.
Yeah. I
They-
may
they-
want a sample.
Well, you gotta know. You gotta know somebody there, Nick. Yeah, yeah. The So Pennsylvania is a 21-year-old state, eh? Oh yeah, bummer. Wisconsin was an 18-year-old state in the 70s. I mean, I lived in Minnesota. We drove to the border constantly to go drink in Wisconsin and come back at 18, you know. But, well, actually, no, because I wasn't even 18, but everybody, look at me. I looked this way back then, too. But I could go to Wisconsin. They never carded me at all. They just like, yeah, that fucker's got to be in his mid-20s or later. And so we drank in Wisconsin. And then it was funny because 1 month before my 18th birthday, Minnesota legislature passed the 18 law. And I'm like, oh, wow, next month I can go to any bar just down the street, drink all I want. Don't have to worry about being carded ever again.
Over here, it's 16 to smoke and 18 to drink.
Isn't that stupid? I mean, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that's just like you serve in the military over here. And there were people that were serving in the military. They couldn't drink. They weren't supposed to smoke. And they couldn't vote yet. But we're going to put you in the military and let you get shot at. Bullshit, man. You're going to give me those three things, then you can shoot at me. Bullshit. What do you mean I don't get to do any of that shit? Roman, me. Yeah. Isn't that a son of a bitch? Isn't that a son? I tell you what, when I was growing up, and my brother talked about that situation when he was from the Nam era. I was on the tail end of the Nam era. But he was right in the heart of it. And he said, them sons of bitches send me over there and let me get shot at, but the fuckers won't let me vote or drink. He says, there's something wrong with this picture. I said, you know what? It's because them assholes behind your back just call you expendable. That you're just not important to them. You're just meat. And you say, oh, that boy, it stuck with him his whole life. It just pissed me off. Send my ass over there and not give me the rights that I'm supposed to be fighting for. Says, oh yeah, not right. Hey, I want to thank everybody that's out there hanging out, the chat. There, it was prison rules. Be good to the big dudes, and they'll find you some beer. Yeah. 18 to die, 21 to drink. What the fuck? Yeah. I want to thank everybody for hanging out tonight. It's great. If you missed the Sty story, this will post after the fact. You can run in, and everybody knows at the half-hour mark of my streams on Sundays, the Sty story starts. And it's never over a half an hour. So if you just want to get Sty story, run back and catch it. And don't forget Christmas Day, man. If you got the time and the ability, stop on in and say Merry Christmas to all of us on Christmas Day. And until Christmas Day, because I'm not streaming Thursday night. That's Christmas Eve. Not streaming Thursday night. You all have a very, very Merry Christmas Eve. And I'll see you Christmas Day. And like all my other streams, I'm going to dance my butt right the hell out of here. And we'll see ya. We'll see ya. Yeah, Granny, she's ready to dance. Yep. Dance. I got to dance with the girl in the fur coat on my way out the door. Bye, guys.
See you soon.